Join the meeting. Do we have to go to other sessions first to open and then come back here, or we're okay?
We do. I was texting Alita to see if she could join us just so we can open up and then go to close. Hi, Madam City Clerk.
Hi, Madam Mayor. I'm trying to get it together.
You said bye.
I can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Give me 1 second to get it together.
Okay, no problem.
I'm on a marathon. Okay, I'm ready,
I'm
Madam.
ready, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. City Council, you all ready to begin? Here they are. Oh, it's for me. I thought I was on mute. Why you gotta stay muted?
Okay. Is this has to stay muted? I mean down. Where's the volume on this? It needs to be all the way down. Is it all the way down? Okay, because I can't see it.
Madam Mayor,
Madam Mayor,
I think it's still,
I think it's still
Yes, my name.
too loud.
Yes,
I'm
go
not,
ahead.
I'm not supposed to have
Okay. It's
ahead.
better now.
is that better?
Is that better?
Yeah, it sounds much better.
That's what we're changing.
She does
Okay.
Oh, I have a little echoing now.
Getting the feedback. So is the volume all the way down? Because I'm supposed
There's no
to-
volume in here.
Okay. I'm
So
supposed to
it's
stay
the-
muted. That mic usually always on. It never goes. It doesn't go off. It doesn't go off. Am I muted on here? No. I need to be.
Okay, is that better?
Yes. Yes. All right. We are ready.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I am ready.
Okay, Madam Clerk. Today is Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020, 5:05 p.m., and we will now begin the Compton City Council meeting. Roll call.
Councilperson Chambers,
Here.
Galvan,
Present.
McCoy,
Here.
Sharif,
Here.
Mayor Brown.
Here. Proceeding forward on tonight's agenda. Madam Clerk, are there public comments on the agenda item, closed session?
Yes, Madam Mayor. We do have comments and they're kind of lengthy, so please bear with me. Our first comment comes from Dale Char. I live in the 4th District for nearly 20 years. There has been so much on Facebook and heard through general citizen conversation regarding the termination of the city manager. Initially, I did not know what to think of this recommendation because Compton has a history of hiring managers and then firing them. I am really concerned that only persons who have received funds from the city and or currently receiving some form of pay from the city of Compton are the ones making the most noise about this proposed termination. Smart people should be able to see through this reckless scheme. I have noticed that only 2 councilpersons are fighting for him to keep his job. Might I mention these 2 council members are currently being recalled by the people of Compton. There were multiple letters sent in regarding the violation of the code of ethics, which was never addressed by our city manager or our city attorney. Hub City Dre Andre Spicer should be fired without exception by the city manager. Spicer admits that his boss, Councilwoman Chambers, called him to advise him to be worried about losing his job, and Satra Zarita was being considered as the city manager. This was the Facebook, and Chambers responded 103 times. Screaming Eagles employees released the confidential information, and he is still employed by Screaming Eagles. Alicia Rivers, commissioner of the Personnel Board, speaks on spearheading the recall of Councilwoman Sharif. Commissioner Lakeisha Childs is also always out of place, saying things she should not, and has always been a bad choice for any commission. The appointment of her speaks volumes on what Michelle Chambers represents. The mayor's liaison has posted on her activist page a letter advising council not to fire. All this is done on city time. I say fire the city manager and put an end to all this mess. Councilwoman Sharif, stand strong and do what is right. Your weakness will be the fall of you. Clearly display poor leadership at all levels of our government. Also, I will sign the petitions for recall. Just when you think Compton couldn't go any lower, it just did. Firing the city manager will, if nothing else, require Chambers and Browns to really look at being professional and serving residents with grace. Remember, you work for us. Next comment comes from Robert Ray. While I know and believe Craig Cornwell to be a wonderful person, I do not believe he is qualified to be in the position of city manager. I support his termination and replacement. Jeremiah Pratt. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Craig Cornwell doesn't respect you as elected officials. His staff member assigned to Councilmember Chambers is allowed to attack not just Councilmember Emma Sharif, Isaac Galvan, and Tana McCoy, but also senior citizens in this community on social media. Craig Cornwell knows about this internet videos, attacks, and harassment and does nothing. Next door in Linwood, the city manager made a negative reference on his personal social media, and the city council wasted no time getting rid of him. It only took 24 hours. The same day, the city manager staff person applauded and posted the same sentiment as the Linwood city manager on his social media. How does this help with the community, with the relationship with the sheriff's department? Day after day, week after week, the staff person assigned by the city manager to Councilmember Chambers is showing he doesn't respect the people of the community whose tax dollars are used by this council to pay his salary. If anything, is making a negative impact on our city's credit rating, it's the unruly behavior of this rough employee assigned to Councilmember Chambers. Don't allow Mayor Brown and Councilmember Chambers to bully you over email and text messages, then send their staff and city contractors to hunt and harass you on social media. Stop allowing the city manager to insult your intelligence as well as this community. The so-called progress of the street projects are all smoke and mirrors. These repairs to the streets were being held up in the city attorney's office by him as city attorney. This is well documented in the council minutes and video when former city manager Rambo called him out about it during council meeting. I suppose this why the city engineer was on the city manager's hit list and one of the first to get fired. Councilmember McCoy, it's time to show why you've lasted through so many city administrations. Councilmember Galvan, show your colleagues why you won by a landslide in your last election. Councilmember Sharif, it's time. Show this council why you have been elected time and time again over the last 20 plus years. Craig Cornwell has proven he doesn't respect the city council members because he continues to say and do nothing. Our next comment comes from Sadie Miller. I support the termination of Craig Cornwell. You should fire him immediately. It is a shame how he has been handling the city and how he poorly laid off city employees he targeted. I also think Michelle Chambers is despicable. She allows her low class hoodlum liaison to bully, harass, intimidate, and humiliate Emma Sharif. The mayor is also very unprofessional, talking down to her colleagues. If the city manager's employees can get away with what they are doing to Councilwoman Sharif, they all should be fired. Chambers is a hypocrite. While she allows her liaison to disrespect Councilwoman Sharif, her own liaison, Dre Spicer, is being disrespectful to her colleague. She is low class, and the first district is being run by loudmouth liars. The city manager is an arrogant liar. Of course, he is doing streets faster than any other city manager because he held them up so they would look incompetent. Now he's doing the projects he held up to sabotage the other city managers. He needs to go now. Our next comment comes from Annie Franklin. I believe Craig Cornwell should be fired. He is a poor city manager and he has fired all of the men and women that the mayor, Asia Brown, doesn't like. He is her puppet. During city council meetings, he can never answer any questions or discuss anything in detail. In addition to Craig being incompetent and he is not good at his job. He always looks confused. Even worse, he keeps fighting and losing cases against Karima Bradford, which is costing the city a lot of money. Fire him now and do us all a favor. The next comment comes from 17 individuals. I will read each one of their names. The letter will be read in Spanish and in English. And the following individuals: Juan Manuel, Sarah Rodriguez, Yesenia Hernandez, Wendy Morgan, Rebecca Reyes, Lorraine Elder, Leslie Langley, Courtney Armstead, Christy McDaniel, Angelica Bagaro, Bruce Boyden, Alasia Rivers, Aaron Sexton, Roberto Garcia, Karen Harris, Tracy Thomas, and Candace London. We will now have the translator to state the letter in Spanish, and then I will come back and read it in English. Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. This is the reading of the letter in Spanish. It reads, estimada secretaria de la ciudad, Alita Godwin, soy residente de Compton, California, y estoy enviando un correo electrónico hoy para exigir el fin inmediato de la destitución del administrador de la ciudad el martes 22 de septiembre del 2020. Me preocupa que el concejal Galván, quien inició esto, no estaba muy preparado en la última reunión. No se presentó evidencia significativa que validara esta solicitud de remoción. Sigo sintiendo que esta decisión es impulsiva, infundada y sin tener en cuenta el impacto en nuestra comunidad. Esto será un detrimento significativo para la ciudad de Compton. Lo que nosotros, los residentes, los contribuyentes de esta ciudad de Compton, tomamos de la reunión del 15 de septiembre del 2020 es lo siguiente. Primero, Craig Cornwell fue elegido 3 veces por los residentes de Compton como fiscal de la ciudad. Segundo, fue designado por todos los miembros del ayuntamiento para el cargo de administrador municipal en agosto del 2019. Tercero, durante su mandato, entre paréntesis, un año, hemos visto avanzar proyectos de infraestructura crítica. Cuarto, su revisión de un año fue excelente. Quinto, su contrato es por un periodo de 2 años. Si es liberado, tendremos que pagar su contrato. Sexto, además, tendríamos que pagar por la búsqueda de un nuevo administrador municipal y pagar el nuevo salario de administrador municipal. Séptimo, esta no es una decisión fiscalmente sólida en este momento. El concejal Galván no parece tener los mejores intereses de nuestra ciudad en la mano, ni parece lo suficientemente comprometido con la comunidad para saber lo que necesitamos. Este tipo de moción nos costaría un dinero adicional que no tenemos en este momento debido a la crisis del COVID. Me preocupa igualmente el hecho de que la concejal Emma Sharif está participando en esto. Como se dijo la semana pasada, los residentes de Compton no quedarán al margen y dejarán que nuestra ciudad retroceda, y nosotros avanzaremos como un cuerpo para eliminar a cualquier miembro del Consejo que consideremos que no tiene en mente los mejores intereses de esta ciudad. Estamos pidiendo otra vez que se considere que no tienen en mente los mejores intereses de esta ciudad. Estamos pidiendo otra vez que se detenga esta moción. Somos los contribuyentes de la ciudad de Compton y tenemos una voz que se seguirá escuchando. Somos conscientes de que nuestras cartas en español no fueron leídas la semana pasada. Pedimos respetuosamente que se escuchen las voces de la comunidad latina. Now, the version of this same letter in English would be the following. Dear City Council, actually City Clerk, Alita Godwin, I am a resident of Compton, California, and I am sending this email today to demand the immediate cease of the termination process of the city manager on Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020. What concerns me the most is that the one that started this all, Councilperson Galvan, is not or was not well prepared in the last meeting. There was no showing of significant evidence validating this motion for removal. I continue to feel that this is an impulsive, unfounded decision that is not considering the impact that it will have in our city. This is going to be a significant detriment for the city of Compton. The residents, the taxpayers of the city of Compton are received this message from the last meeting on September 15, 2020. First, Craig Cornwell was elected 3 times by the Compton residents as the city attorney. Second, he was trusted with the charge of city manager in August of 2019 by all the members of the city council. Third, during his tenure of 1 year, we have seen several infrastructure projects advance, and these are critical infrastructure projects. Fourth, his 1 year review was excellent. Fifth, his contract is for a period of 2 years. If he were to be released, we would have to pay for that contract. Sixth, besides, we will have to pay for the search of a new city manager and then pay again for the city manager's salary. Seventh, this is not a fiscally sound decision at this moment. Councilperson Galvan seems not to have the best interest of our city in mind, and it doesn't seem to be committed enough with the community in order to know what is it that we need. This type of motion will cost us additional money that we don't have at this moment given the COVID crisis. What concerns me as well is the fact that Councilperson Emma Sharif is being part of this as well. As it was mentioned last week, the residents of Compton will not remain in the margin and let our city to take steps back. We will advance the city as a body and we will eliminate any other council person that we consider does not have the best interest of the city in mind. We are requesting once again for this motion to be stopped. We, the taxpayers of the city, have a voice that will continue to resound. Um, we are aware that our letters in Spanish were not read last week, and we respectfully request for our voices to be heard. This is the voices of the Latin community. That's the end of the letter.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I will continue with the comments. Um, if you don't mind, Council, I'd like to read that letter in English because he was reading from the Spanish translation. So I want to actually read it from as it was written in English, if you're okay with that. But if you want me to continue on to the next one, I will.
No, please feel free, Madam City Clerk, whatever you recommend. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll read the letter in English as it was submitted. Dear Alita Godwin, City Clerk, I am a resident of Compton, California, and I am emailing today to demand an immediate end to the dismissal of City Manager on Tuesday, September the 22nd, 2020. I am concerned that Councilman Galvan, who initiated this, was woefully unprepared at the last meeting. There was no significant evidence presented that validated this request for removal. I still feel that this decision is impulsive, unfounded, and without regard to the impact of our community. This will be a significant detriment to the city of Compton. What we, the residents, the taxpayers of the city of Compton, took away from the meeting on September the 15th, 2020. Craig Cornwell was elected 3 times by the residents of Compton as the city attorney. He was appointed by all members of the city council to the position of city manager in August of 2019. During his tenure, 1 year, we have seen critical infrastructure projects moving forward. His 1 year review was excellent. His contract is for a 2-year period. If released, we will have to pay out his contract. In addition, we would have to pay for the search of a new city manager and pay for the new city manager's salary. This is not fiscally sound decision at this time. Councilman Galvan does not seem to have the best interests of our city in hand, nor does he seem engaged enough to the community to know what we need. This type of motion would cost us additional money that we do not have at the time during this COVID crisis. I am equally concerned with the fact that Councilwoman Emma Sharif is participating in this. As stated last week, the residents of Compton will not stand by and let our city move backwards, and we will move forward as a body to remove any council member that we feel does not have the best interest in this city in mind. We are asking again that this motion be stopped. We are the taxpayers of this city, and we have a voice that will continue to be heard. Our next comment comes from the Compton Coalition of Ethical Alliance. This letter is written to express our concerns surrounding the discussion of ending the contract of the city manager, Craig Cornwell. We believe this termination is not about Mr. Cornwell's performance, and this realization is creating a great deal of anxiety throughout the city. One issue with this process that may not have been raised is findings presented to us by our state auditor. The Administrative and Internal Accounting Controls Review Report for the City of Compton, dated March 2018, finding 14, page 24, paragraph 1, states, during our review, we noted that the city experienced a high degree of management turnover, which can result in a lack of operational stability and inefficient provisions of services to the citizen. It goes on to read, between January 1st, 2010 and January 18th, 2017, 9 different individuals served as city manager. The state recommended that the city evaluate its hiring practices for its upper management positions. In addition, we recommend that the city develop a succession plan that will help it to ensure continued leadership even during management turnover. The responses of the city was that they were in full agreement with the state's finding. Yet in 2020, to the detriment of the citizenry, the city council is attempting to keep us in a place of dysfunction. Based on the documentation provided through a state audit, it would be extremely irresponsible for the Compton City Council to remove the city manager after just over a year of service. It is our request as residents, taxpayers, and stakeholders that you reconsider public employee discipline dismissal release pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957 Sub B as a way to improve the function of Compton, because the revolving door approach does not work in theory or in practice. Respectfully, Gilda Bluford, Terry Nullum, and Audra Wynn. Our next comment comes from the Compton Firefighters Association, Local 2216. Members are expressing our support for the city manager, Craig Cornwell. We have had the opportunity to meet and interact with Mr. Cornwell for the last 16 months. We have a clear understanding of his present and future plans for not only the city of Compton, but the fire department as well. We have established a solid line of communication that has allowed us to express and communicate all the needs of our department. That in turn will allow us to serve and respond to any potential life-threatening emergency. In the past, it was difficult to communicate with the city manager's office. We simply were not given the opportunity. Mr. Cornwell and his staff have faced an unprecedented global event and have managed to address and meet the needs of the city, residents, and staff by maintaining fire and emergency protection within the city and not jeopardizing the safety of the residents and visitors of this great city. We have seen a tremendous amount of city infrastructure that has been upgraded or repaired, that has allowed our members to provide faster and efficient service and at the same time minimize financial expenses to our already adequate equipment. We are asking to reconsider the potential dismissal of our city manager, Mr. Craig Cornwell. This action will be detrimental to the tremendous progress he has achieved in a short amount of time. His work, passion, and dedication to the residents of the city of Compton has not gone unnoticed by our association members and the fire department staff. His removal will set back the progress he has achieved with our association department and notably the Compton resident. His priority to maintain efficient fire and medical protection, especially in an uncertain time due to COVID-19, only emphasizes his dedication to the safety of our residents, visitors, and staff of our great city of Compton. In solidarity, Tony Branson, President, Daniel Salazar, Vice President. Our next comment comes from Sylvia Orgel. I encourage the City Council to vote against removing city manager from office. This would be detrimental to our city's progress. Popular Street is finally getting repaired. Mr. Isaac Alban, I write as a resident living in the neighboring community of District 1. I wholeheartedly agree with you about the trash, homelessness, and marijuana shops being a nuisance in your district. However, your thuggish decorum during council meetings diminishes your credibility as a servant of the Compton residents. You emphasize the number of emails you send to the city manager, but it takes more than an email to bring real progress to your district. On September the 15th, 2020, You implied that other residents traveling to your district to dump into your district to harm you politically is insulting to Compton's residents. I request that you issue an apology to the residents of Compton for your irresponsible comments. Please take a moment to reflect on your actions and stop scapegoating on other council members and residents. Add value to your seat. Our next comment comes from William.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the Spanish translator, we can hear him in the feed. So I know he's translating as the meeting is going on, but I don't know if we're able to address that. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Brown, they heard you and they are working on it.
Thank you.
Would you like me to stop or continue to go? We have 3 more comments. Continue? Our next comment comes from William Kemp. Good evening, City of Compton and Council. I want to voice my concern about the potential firing of City Manager Craig Cornwell. I disagree and feel he should be allowed to finish out his contract. Then he should be evaluated for the job he's done. Also, why wasn't City Attorney Damian Brown enforced? Why hasn't City Attorney Damian Brown enforced the moratorium on marijuana dispensaries exposed in 2008? Not to mention, twice in the last 3 years, it was a ballot initiative and voted down twice, 76% and 74% respectively. Why haven't the city attorney increased the fines or seized the property of? I think this is more on the city council regular comments. I'll continue that under regular comments. Our next comment comes from Jennifer Flores. Hello. Now that the agenda has been published, there is, in fact, a motion to release the city manager. I would like my comments during the next city council meeting to reflect the questions below, as well as the understanding that now is not the time for petty politics and games. Question number 1. What is the reason behind releasing the city manager during a pandemic? Will this set back at any current projects in the city? What is the plan for a replacement? Why are we not focused on taking care of our residents during the pandemic or current climate of social unrest? I would like a response from the council members that have brought this forth, this motion at the 9:15 council meeting. And our last comment on closed session comes from Brownie Mentlow. Good evening, City Council. My name is Brownie Mentlow, and I am a 46-year resident of the city of Compton, residing in the 4th District. I would like to voice my opposition to any attempt to remove our city manager from his position. I know Mr. Cornwell, and I know him to be a man of intelligence, integrity, and a man of his word. I believe he is the right man for the job at the right time, and I also believe in his desire to improve the quality of life for all the citizens of Compton. Based on this, I'm asking my councilperson of the 4th District and all citizens of Compton to stand with me in support of our city manager, Mr. Craig Cornwell. And my direct message to Mr. Cornwell: keep the faith, sir, and fight the good fight. God will carry you through, and please know our Heavenly Father always answers the call of the righteous. God bless you all, and God bless Compton. Thank you. And that concludes our comments for closed session. Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. City Attorney Brown. May we have a motion to consider closed session on today?
So move.
Second.
Discussion, Mr. City Attorney Brown.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There are 2 items on our closed session agenda this evening. The first, public employee discipline, dismissal, and release pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957 subsection B, and public employment appointment title of city manager pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957, subsection B.
Thank you, City Attorney Brown. Roll call on the closed session.
Councilperson Chambers,
Chambers.
No.
Galvin,
Yes.
McCoy,
Yes,
Sharif, Sharif, Mayor
I believe
Brown.
he's on the line. No, for me.
I don't see her. So, we have a 2-2, Mr. City Attorney.
With the
It's my
2-2 vote,
understanding that we cannot go.
there are not enough votes to go into closed session.
Miembros para ir a la sesión a puertas cerradas.
Madam Mayor,
We can proceed forward to
Proceder a
the next portion of the meeting. Councilwoman Sharif is not on the line.
de la reunión si la concejal Sheriff no está presente.
So move.
Se propone
second,
segunda.
Madam Clerk, do you need us to rescind the motions for closed session, or can we just proceed forward since we had a vote?
no, Madam Mayor, rescinding is not necessary. It's just now time for the City Council 5:30 public meeting.
Public comment. Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
And so our first item on the agenda,
Vamos a
Madam Mayor, if we can just do a roll call on
pasar lista, entonces.
our 5:30 meeting, that would help my record.
Oh, okay. I thought we
And
did.
it's now 5:40 p.m. and I'll do a roll call. Councilperson Chambers,
Concejal Chambers,
Present.
Galvin,
Galván,
Present.
McCoy,
McCoy,
Present,
Sharif,
Sheriff.
I
Mayor.
received a message from Councilwoman McCoy that Councilperson Sharif indicated that she was kicked out of the Zoom. I'm not sure that happened. So if there's someone on standby to assist her, we can assist her at that time.
Mayor, when I sent that, she was back in, so I don't know what happened.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know what happened, but okay.
Okay.
She hasn't called since. She hasn't texted or
okay.
anything since.
Okay, I just saw
Oh,
the
let's
message.
see.
I may be late.
She's
okay.
out again. That's what she just said. She's out again. So maybe staff can contact her.
Okay, there isn't anyone in the waiting room, so I'm sure that staff will contact her.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So are we going
Madam
to
Clerk,
proceed
we
forward?
can proceed forward.
Okay, on
Yes,
roll
please.
call, Mayor Brown.
Yes.
We are at council comments on agenda and non-agenda items. And our first comment comes from Robert Ray. Item number 6. Why hasn't anyone thought about letting the public participate in meetings via Zoom or Skype? Item 11. Who is going to decide who meets the criteria for receiving these benefits and who will be giving them out? I'm pretty sure there will be many applicants. Let us all remember Justice Ruth Ginsburg. She may have been small in stature, but her accomplishments in life were huge. She will be greatly missed. Our next comment comes from William Kemp, and I will continue his comments for the council meeting. Also, why hasn't City Attorney Damon Brown enforced a moratorium on marijuana dispensaries exposed in 2008? Not to mention twice in the last 3 years, it was a ballot initiative and voted down twice 76% and 74% respectfully. Why haven't the city attorney increased the fines or seized the property of repeated offenders? Compton has some of the lowest fines in the state. Mr. City Attorney, are you aware that marijuana dispensaries are operating with impunity all over in the open under your watch? I also would like to address the unethical and unprofessional conduct of Andre Spicer. His behavior has been discordant, not to mention criminal. Michelle Chambers promised more professionalism from her leadership. She asked the LASD for an apology because of the conduct of one of their deputies. She was correct in doing that. But what about the conduct of your liaison? Will you and him apologize, or will you be selective in your admonishment? The people of Compton are concerned and want to know what actions, if any, will be taken to address our concerns. Our next comment comes from Joyce Kelly. Good evening. I am Joyce Kelly. Tana McCoy and Emma Sharif should go to college and learn some leadership skills and ethics. They pretend they are leaders, yet they continue to allow Asia Brown to manipulate them while she degrades and humiliates them. They have very little self-esteem, if any. Tana has to look out for her relatives. Jobs, while Emma is merely scared and stupid. They both are almost twice Asia Brown's age and will try to please her. So, when she goes to jail, let them go with her. They probably won't be put in the same cell. Everyone in the world knows Asia Brown is a fake and a fraud. She came to Compton as a modern-day carpetbagger with 2 run-over pairs of shoes and 3 outfits. But now her net worth is reported to be between $1 and $5 million. The state controller said we should demand our money. Craig Cornwell, city manager, is so incompetent that he is seated to get over $500,000 when he retires for doing Asia's dirty work. Fire him. Under this contract as a city manager, he has failed and deserves nothing. Oh, and I think Asia should be held accountable for the 2 deputies being ambushed because she tried to bring problems between the people and the staff, the same way she told her finger soldiers I was putting her child in harm's way by posting the picture of the sheriffs guarding her house and talked about demonstrating at my home. She's stupid and uncaring for anything or anyone except money. Sign the recall petitions for Asia Brown and Michelle Chambers. Inbox me or call Lynn Boone. Our next comment comes from Sally Smith. Council and residents. Compton has been in turmoil for fear, tactics, rumors, and lies this past week. On Thursday, it started from the breach of the Brown Act from Mayor Brown sharing closed session personal matters to her close friends Chris Bailey, who shared on Facebook confidential information of today's council agenda item of Craig Cornwell's possible termination. Following Councilwoman Michelle Chambers also breaching the Brown Act, telling her liaison Andre Spicer and multiple community members of Craig Cornwell's personal matter, in addition to intentionally creating an uproar and igniting fear into Compton residents by fabricating council members Galvan, McCoy, and Sharif will vote Satcher Zarita as interim city manager to transition Omar Bradley to the permanent city manager. I spoke to 6 residents over this weekend. They all told me the same blatant lie that Andre Spicer said on Facebook on Friday, September the 11th, before the council agenda was made public. stating he received a call from Compton on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. I heard the same lie from residents. Compton, Councilwoman Chambers, you have come to Compton as a carpetbagger with a smile and soundbite, saying you're here to serve the residents of the great city of Compton, but it seems to be the contrary. You have attempted to get Craig Henry fired from Volunteers of America for speaking out about the lack of Compton going after funding for the homeless here in Compton. You called his boss twice, trying to get him fired. You have collaborated with Mayor Brown, laying off whole departments under the cloak of COVID budget cuts. But you have ensured your friend Miss McKenzie has a job when numbers are low of people utilizing the Worksource Center when it should be outsourced to a more capable Worksource Center. To now sowing seed of fear and discord to residents. Is that done to take the attention away from you and Mayor Brown's recall? Council members are sworn as elected officials to conduct city business with integrity, be a voice for the community, being a gatekeeper for the district you serve. This unleashing of attacks on our residents are deplorable. This plan is a strategic due to the fear of getting a strong city manager so you two can continue keep running Craig according to your selfish gains. Stop obstructing Craig from doing his job. Maybe he won't be on the chopping block. Work together as council members and release the power struggle. Compton is a weak mayor system. Mayor Brown, you have no formal authority outside council. Mayor and council stay in your lane. Furthermore, Andre Spicer should be written up. He is a liaison and his behavior, disrespect for any council member should not be tolerated. He should have been dealt with early Monday morning, speaking about a council member in the way he did. He is a liaison, not a brand. And if he is more than a liaison, let him get a $50,000 salary elsewhere. District 1 is still dirty. Hotspots of dumping remain. Emails and phone calls aren't returned until days later. That's the problem. He is getting paid to be Hub Dre and not District 1 liaison. The residents want a clean, thriving city. Residents, you need to understand a city manager remaining in that seat isn't about popularity being used to keep friends, contracts, and jobs, as Dre say, because he worried he won't have one. But it's about Craig's performance. I like Craig, but I like to have clean and decent streets better. There is a homeless woman living on Compton Boulevard next to Popeyes, taking up 20 feet of sidewalk with clothes all over the place. These items are performance. Make the hard decision and tell the mayor no. City matters that will position her and her friends. Do what you need to do. Work with all the council and make Compton great again. I would love to leave my name, but I know there will be retaliation from Councilwoman Chambers, even with all their hold me accountable.
Madam Mayor, Madam City Clerk, I really hate to interrupt you. Unfortunately, at the time that you guys was taking the vote for closed session, I had gotten kicked completely out. I was not able to cast my vote, so I'm asking that to come back.
Shall I?
Is there a motion to reconsider, or do we need to? Can we conclude public comments and then you all can make a motion to reconsider if you like?
Madam Mayor, I would just suggest that we finish the comments. I have two left. It would just make for a cleaner record.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Our next speaker is Adolfo Barres. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. I am the Executive Director for the Latino Chamber of Commerce of Compton. I would like to start off by saying that the Grab and Go food giveaway that the Latino Chamber and Councilwoman for the 3rd District, Tana McCoy, was a huge success. With the help of Casa Sonora,
con el ayuda de Casa
Councilwoman
Sonora,
Tana McCoy,
la
Compton
concejal
Unified
Tana
School
McCoy,
District Board Member Alma Pleasant,
miembro de
Cliff Williams,
Amo Plaza,
SoCal
Cliff
Gas
Williams,
Company, Compton Grocery Outlet owner Eugene,
Grocery
and most
Outlet,
importantly, my husband,
sobre todo lo más
which we
importante, mi esposo.
fed over 200 Compton
Debemos de
residents.
comer más de
Secondly,
200
I would like to take the
residentes en
time
Compton.
to
En segundo
acknowledge
lugar,
and thank
quisiera
the mayor
reconocer y
for
agradecer
the
al
city,
alcalde por
for the city of Southgate, Maria
la ciudad de
Davila,
Southgate,
taking
María
the
de
time
Vila,
from her busy schedule to help us
al haberse
for
tomado
our
tiempo
food
para
giveaway.
ayudarnos
It was
en
a
lo que era la
day
entrega
of
de,
true unity
de
within
comida.
our Black and
Fue
brown
la
community,
unidad
as well
de la comunidad
neighboring city
y
elected
latina
officials.
y de los
We are
funcionarios
all in this
elegidos
together.
de
I also would
ciudades
like to
aledañas.
thank
Estamos juntos en todo
Councilwoman of
esto.
the
Queremos
4th
agradecerle
District, Emma
también al
Sharif,
concejal
for
del cuarto
donating
distrito, Emma
boxes of
Sharif,
food
por
for this
donar
past food giveaway.
las
On
cajas de
behalf of our
comida
board
para
of
esta
directors
entrega
and Maria
a nombre de
Villarreal, we thank
María
you.
Villarreal y
We are
la
now
Junta de
accepting
Directores, se
potential
los
candidates
agradecemos.
to be part of our
Estamos
Taste of Compton Festival
agradeciendo
Committee. Please call the chamber
miembros de
office
la
at
comunidad que se postulen para ser parte de los
310-632-1431
jueces de
if you would like to be a part of the
sabor de
planning
Compton.
process
Si
on
quieren
an
ser parte de
event
la
that
planeación de
symbolizes
este
and
proceso
showing
que
Compton
simboliza
exciting
y
culinary
muestra
scenes.
las
We also have exciting news that
las
the Latino Chamber of
increíbles
Commerce
situaciones de
of Compton will
culinarias de
be
Compton.
partnering
También se habla
with
acerca de que
partnering
Compton se
up
va
with
a unir
an
junto
organization that will
con
be
una
offering
organización que va a estar
$200 gift
ofreciendo
cards for grocery stores
tarjetas
with an
de
additional
regalo
$50
para
per
tiendas de
member
abarrotes
in the same household. Once
con
we have the
$50
logistics
adicionales. Una
of
vez
the
que tengamos
program,
la
we will make
cantidad
the
de la gente que va
announcement
a
of open
participar,
enrollment
vamos a
for this
anunciar,
program.
vamos a
The
abrir las
funding that
inscripciones
we
para
are
este,
working
para
with
este
is the
programa.
CARE
Los
Act
fondos que necesitamos es
funding
parte
to
de
help community
la ley
members
de
that
CARE
have been
para ayudar
affected due
a
to
los miembros de la comunidad que han
COVID-19.
sido
If
afectados
any
por
elected
la
official would
pandemia.
like to be a
Si
part of
alguno de
this
los
program,
miembros
please
de
reach out
los
to the
funcionarios
executive
elegidos
director.
quieren ser
We will have
considerados,
limited spots for
infórmenselo
this
al director
program and
ejecutivo. Vamos a
funding.
tener algunos
Our
lugares
final
limitados
comment
para
comes
esta situación. Y
from
el último comentario viene de
Vera DeWitt. Good evening,
Vera
Mayor,
DeWitt. Buenas noches,
City Council staff, and
alcalde,
residents. I am Vera
concejales.
Robles DeWitt,
Soy
President of the
Vera Robles DeWitt,
Water Replenishing
presidente
District. I
del
represent
distrito
10 cities in
de
Division 5,
reabastecimiento
which includes your city of
del
Compton.
distrito.
I would
Una de
like
las
to
ciudades que
provide a
se
brief update on
representa
what
es Compton. Quería
WRD
ponerlos
is
al día de
doing
lo
to
que está haciendo
ensure that residents have
WRD
access of safe, high
para
water,
que
quality water.
se tenga acceso a
WRD
al
manages
agua
and
de
protects
calidad.
groundwater for over 4 million residents covering
Los
a
acuíferos
420 square
subterráneos
mile region.
en una
You may
región de
not be able to see it,
420
but half of
kilómetros cuadrados.
southern Los
Quizás no lo
Angeles
vean,
County's
pero
water resource
el
comes from
recurso
naturally
de
formed
la
underground
tiene
basins that hold billions of gallons of fresh water.
de
Fresh water in these
diferentes
basins
recursos.
becomes
El
drinking
agua
water when pumped
se
out of the
hace
ground.
agua
WRD
potable para
is
beberse
responsible
cuando
for
se
replenishing
bombea. Es
groundwater
responsable de reemplazar
supplies
el
and
agua
ensuring that the
de
basins
los
maintain healthy water levels.
acuíferos
In the past,
subterráneos para
WRD
mantenerlos en un
imported
nivel
some water from
decente.
Northern
Se estuvo
California and the
importando agua
Colorado
en el
River to
pasado del
replenish our groundwater,
Colorado para
but
volver
no
a
more.
llenar estos mantos acuíferos
Through
de hielo.
innovative planning at
A través de
WRD, we have
planeación
created a
se ha
completely locally
creado
sustainable source of water through our
una
Water
fuente de
Independence
agua
Program,
a
also
través
known as
del programa de independencia
the
del agua.
WIN initiative.
También se le conoce como la iniciativa WIN.
The cornerstone project of the WIN initiative
La base de este
is
proyecto
the
de
Albert
esa
Robles
iniciativa es
Center for Water Recycling
Centro
and
Albert
Environmental
Robles
Learning,
para el reciclaje
ARC
de
for
agua,
short.
que se llama ARC.
This advanced water treatment facility provides 14 million gallons of highly purified water per day that we use to refill our thirsty groundwater basins. Not only does ARC create a resilient water future for the region, it also houses a state-of-the-art education center and sustainable demonstration gardens. We teach students and the public about groundwater conservation and sustainable gardening. In-person tours of the facility will once again be available. However, for now, we offer virtual tours. The good news is we are adapting to the current COVID-19 limitations. Our free eco gardening class has gone viral. Topics include sustainability, landscape design, edible gardening, irrigation basics, and drought-tolerant plants. Upcoming classes start up on October the 6th. Go to our website, wrd.org/ Echo Gardening for more information. For our younger learners, WRD is now accepting submissions for our annual student art contest. Kindergarten through sixth grade students are invited to create a piece of art highlighting the importance of water and conservation. Winners will have their artwork published in our 2021 Water Awareness Calendar and receive prizes. Our website, wrd.org/student art contest, has more information on how to enter. This has been a very challenging time for everyone, but I also want to assure you that our tap water is safe to drink and not affected by the coronavirus. Please visit our website at www.wrd.org for additional information. Thank you. And that concludes the comments, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Is there a motion to reconsider closed session?
So moved.
I second.
Second. Second.
Roll call?
Councilperson Chambers,
No, no on item for assistant for city manager, but I will go through the second item for the city attorney.
this motion is to reconsider.
Oh, no.
Galvan,
Yes, I would like to reconsider, and I would also like the city manager to please text me the call-in phone number for a closed session because I know we don't do it on Zoom. So if he can text me the calling number, I would appreciate that. But yes, to reconsider.
McCoy,
Yes.
Sharif,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes. And actually, we do a closed session in Zoom. Excuse me, we have for a few weeks now.
Oh, I always call in on the speaker. That's why, because I thought the Zoom code that I get in the email was different. But my apologies. Maybe you could text me the number anyway so I can call in.
We don't go into the conference room.
It's all
Or
via Zoom, via your
he
city
always
email.
sends me a phone number, so I usually use the phone number to call in.
We,
Right, city manager?
We will send you the information
for the Zoom.
for the Zoom call.
Thank you.
Can you send that to me as well, please? Can you send that number to me as well, please, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, we'll do.
Do we need a motion now on the specific closed session item, Madam City Clerk?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we need a motion for closed session.
So move.
Second.
On the roll call, Madam Mayor.
Yes, please, roll call.
Councilperson Chambers,
No.
Galvan,
Yes.
McCoy,
Yes.
Sharif,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
No. We will now recess the closed session for the members of the public that are viewing online or at home, and we will return once closed session has concluded. Thank you all. May we have a motion to resume
Podríamos tener
our Compton City Council meeting? I'm
So
sorry.
moved. Second.
concilio siempre que sí, muy bueno.
Roll call.
Councilperson Chambers.
José Chambers.
Councilperson Chambers.
José Chambers.
Hello, can you hear me?
¿Qué tal? ¿Me escucha?
Yes.
Sí.
Okay, because I don't know if my mute was on.
Is that Chambers?
Entonces, Chambers.
Councilperson Chambers.
Chambers.
Is she on? Galvan.
Galván.
McCoy.
I'll just take it from the top once Alita's ready. Madam City Clerk, are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm calling roll.
I can't hear you though. Your mouth is moving. I can't hear you.
She's muted.
Her line is always muted. There's usually the line in council chambers is usually open.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me now? No? Can you hear me, Mayor? No.
I'm reading your lips.
How about now?
Yes. Yes.
I guess I have to be on two screens.
Okay.
I see
That
me
works.
twice.
That works.
Okay, on the roll call for reconvening, Councilperson Chambers,
Yes.
Galvan,
Galván.
McCoy,
McCoy.
Yes.
Sharif,
Sharif.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Alcalde Brown.
Yes.
Yes, for me too. Sorry, I just got into the meeting. I was having a hard time,
Thank you.
but I was able to hear you.
Sí la podía escuchar.
It's recorded.
Muy bien, quedó grabado.
Madam Mayor, we're now at report on closed session items.
Estamos ahora en lo que sería.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney.
Gracias, señor procurador.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This evening, there were two items on the closed session agenda. Public employee discipline dismissal release pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957, subsection B. And the second item was public employment appointment, city manager, pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957, subsection B. By motion of Councilman Galvan, both items were rescinded.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Madam City Clerk.
We are now at consent agenda.
Consent items are routine and expected to be non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the council at once without discussion unless a council member requests an item be removed or discussed.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call?
Councilperson Chambers,
Yes.
Galvan,
Yes.
McCoy.
Yes.
Sharif,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Alcalde Brown.
Yes.
Item number 4 is the appointments to the Law Enforcement Review Board Committee.
De los miembros de la comisión.
Yes. Let me pull up.
O el comité de revisión de los guardianes del orden público.
I'm sorry, everyone. I'm trying to get my sheet up. But do we have a motion on the item for review?
No.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Discussion. Mr. City Attorney, do you mind just giving a summary of the Law Enforcement Review Board? And then we can be prepared to make our announcement, our appointments.
Sure. Madam Mayor and members of the council, the Law Enforcement Review Board was established by ordinance a few months ago in order to provide the residents with an outlet to submit complaints for various experiences that they may have had, negative experiences with law enforcement, and that this board would be comprised of residents and business owners in the city to bring forth these complaints to the extent necessary to the County Oversight Commission in order to follow up and to provide some sort of accountability and information to the residents. And so this evening, the item is being brought back for appointment and for council to identify those members of the community who will provide this resource to the community.
Thank you, City Attorney Brown. I'm prepared to make appointments, or if there's any member of the council that would like to begin.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councilwoman Curry.
I didn't know who was going by from first district over to fourth, but I can make my appointments now, if you don't mind.
Thank you.
I have two appointments that I would like. I think each one of us was supposed to nominate two people. One of them is Sandra Moss. Sandra Moss is, as a matter of fact, she is a probation officer, and so I really felt that she would be good to serve on that committee. And the next young lady, and then I chose someone that's a young lady. She just graduated from UCLA. She's also been very involved in the community before going out to school. So she's back here being involved in the community as well. And her name is Jasmine Williams.
Wonderful. Thank you, Councilwoman Sharif, for your selections.
Madam Mayor, what was
And I have an appointment as well.
Madam Mayor.
First, I'd like to surely say, can you hear me?
Yes.
Miss Sandra Moss, Councilwoman Sharif, is an excellent choice.
Yeah.
Miss Sandra Moss will not only be a benefit to this commission, but she has relationships with law enforcement and our youth in the community. So I just wanted to say that's an excellent choice. My selection is surely Pastor Michael J.T. Fisher. He's not only is a pillar of our community, has a relationship with law enforcement, with our youth, but he has that camaraderie, understanding, and the civility that we know we need law enforcement, but we need camaraderie, and that's where he brings that peace and that calming entity that we need. So I choose Michael J.T. Fisher as my selection.
Thank you, Councilwoman Chambers. You have an additional selection as well. Each council person has at least two selections.
Okay.
We can come back to you if you'd like to.
I'm ready to make my two.
Okay.
Okay, wonderful. Councilman Galvan.
I will pick Pastor Hector Monares. It doesn't have to be by district, right?
No.
Okay, so he's been a pastor in Compton for 15 years, deals specifically with ex gang members and drug addicts and stuff, and has a direct relationship with law enforcement. And he's been serving the community for years, so I'd like to select him.
Wonderful. The excellent addition as well. Councilman Galvan, do you have another recommendation?
I want to think it over for a second while everybody else
thinks theirs.
I would like to. I would like to as well.
Okay.
Because I thought it was just one per district, but I would like to think that over.
Okay.
Okay, Mayor, I'm ready.
Oh, thank you, Councilwoman.
I will appoint Royce Esters. He's on the crime committee, and he's been doing this for a long time. So Royce Esters would be a great choice in the 3rd district, as well as Molly Bell.
Wonderful. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman McCoy, for your selections. And I will appoint Alice Corona. She is a Compton resident, very active in the community, and has been following issues, and I believe would be a great representative voice for the city. Also, I will appoint Tanae Spears. She is also a part of the Compton Bridge and has worked collaboratively to bridge relationships between law enforcement and the community of Compton. And I will also appoint Minister Mustaqim Muhammad, who is student minister for Mosque 54 in the city of Compton, and obviously has worked diligently for peace and has worked to keep order within our community and to foster relationships and collaboration. And I believe will also make a tremendous impact to this body as a whole. I will now defer back to.
I have Mayor Brown. I have my other appointment.
Yes, ma'am. I was coming your
I
way.
would like to appoint Mustafa Khan.
Oh, wonderful.
He has not only been a pillar in the community throughout the city. His family's in law enforcement. He has a footprint in the community and a relationship with law enforcement, and he brings that calming as well. And that's what we have to remember: those who we elect and choose, that we can use those to bridge our barriers.
Wonderful.
So I would like to elect Mr. Mustafa Khan as my second elector.
Wonderful, and thank you for that excellent appointment. I know that Mr. Khan will be a tremendous voice and an advocate for peace and progress in our community. Councilman Galvan, are you prepared to make your final appointment?
Can you run the names by me of the appointees real quick?
Yes. Madam City Clerk, do you mind just providing a recap of all the appointments so far?
Madam Mayor, I was going to ask the same question.
Oh, I've been keeping track, so I can provide a summary.
I have some of them, but I don't have everyone. I couldn't get last names, and so I was going to ask for that same clarity.
Okay, I have Councilwoman Sharif made appointment of Sandra Moss and also Jasmine Williams. Councilwoman Chambers appointed Pastor Michael Fisher and Mustafa Khan. And Councilman Galvan appointed Pastor Hector Meneres. Councilwoman
McCoy.
I have McCoy. Councilwoman, I'm trying to adjust my screen, my Google screen. Councilwoman McCoy appointed Royce Esters and also Miss Molly Bell to be represented on this body. And I have this. I'm sorry. I appointed Minister Mustaqim Muhammad, Alice Corona, and Tanae Spears.
Mayor Brown, this is a great selection from all my colleagues.
Absolutely. I think everyone.
It is. It really is, especially Councilman Galvan's choice. I remember his appointee is going out there working, trying to he's working now regarding the census and getting our undocumented Latinos to vote. So all of these appointees are very good and going to be great representatives for the city.
Yes, and if Councilman Galvan is prepared to make his final recommendation, if not, we can proceed forward and we can come back to it if you would like, Councilman Galvan.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we have equal representation on this very important committee. And just hearing the names, I would like another week to make my second selection.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Galvan. We can reagenda.
Because currently, so far, it's just one Latino that's been selected, right? My choice.
No, my choice as well.
Okay.
Corona.
I'd like another week to get mine.
Okay. Thank you. We can do a roll call on this set of appointment and
I would like to make a verbal request right now to make sure the item comes back the next meeting we have, so that way I can make my appointment.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, City Attorney Brown, for preparing this item, as well as City Clerk Alita Godwin. Roll call.
Madam Mayor, if we can
yes, ma'am.
Have a motion to include um, all of the appointees. We just
Oh, yes, at
made
once.
nominations, so if we can just take one motion to approve all that was nominated.
Okay. I'll step from the chair to the motion that all uh, residents or stakeholders appointed to this body by the city council be adopted at once.
Second.
Thank you,
Second.
Councilman Sharif. Roll call?
Councilperson Chambers,
I'm sorry, yes.
Galvan,
Yes.
McCoy,
Yes.
Sharif,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
And Madam Mayor, if I can have everyone to email me their appointees' addresses.
Yes.
Okay.
We are now at city managers' reports, employee recognition. I'm not sure if we're still doing item number 5, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, we are, and we have the fire chief and most importantly, Brownie on standby. I hope you haven't gone into his bedtime. Fire chief, with I know we had a big build up last week. Can we go to the stars as soon as possible?
Absolutely. Without further ado, let me introduce you all to the newest addition to the Compton Fire Department, Brownie. Also with Chief Hernandez and Brownie's handler, firefighter Gerardo. Let me see. Thanks.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, City Council,
Good evening.
Avenas. My name is Engineer Gerardo. I've been a member of the Compton Fire Department for 13 years now. Just last month, and with the support of the City of Compton, Fire Chief Simpson, Battalion Chief Hernandez, and Local 2216, we were able to secure our first accelerant detection dog, and her name is Brownie. There she is.
Oh.
Brownie is a year and 9 months. She's a yellow English lab. She endured about 8 months of training prior to when we were met together last month. Her specialty is to sniff out accelerants where they are used to commit any type of arson fires, vehicles, homes, and so forth. Now, her keen smell is very important. We train every day, and through that training is how she's being fed. She's actually hand fed by me, and she receives different amounts of food. Some have beliefs where food reward dogs may have less food than other dogs. Well, that's contrary to the actual fact because she actually eats from anywhere from 2, 3 to 4 cups a day, depending. Because I have to regulate her intake every day through her training, and it's logged and it's sent up to the school that we attended, and that's how she, for the most part how she works. She's a hard worker. She's young. She's really athletic, and she loves to work. And we're really excited to get working for you guys. And I want to personally thank you for the support. And we look forward to meeting you guys really soon.
Thank you so very much, Chief and all the captains for just taking the initiative to bring this wonderful asset and new member to the Compton family, Miss Brownie. This is exciting for the community, and we look forward to watching her grow and expand. So thank you all so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we want to thank you all. And just to let you know, we're moving forward. You can be very proud of your fire department. We are leading and not following. I want to make sure that we state that. So thank you all for the support.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you all for your leadership. We appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, may I give comments?
Of course.
Well, welcome, Brownie, to the city of Compton. I know she's housed at my station, but I wanted to say I was do my full-time job, I was on a call. I had the privilege of being on a call with contract cities with the fire chief of LA County, Chief Hosby. And to know that my city is one of three who has arson dog and arson, that is major. That is major. And that's attributive to, again, our city management team. I remember Craig Cornwall saying to me when I was running mayor, I said, the fire department needs to be addressed. They have been ignored, and Craig made that a priority. Now, when I spoke about Brownlee at the meeting, they say, "You got the dog?" I said, "Yeah, we got the dog." So I'm so happy for the chief in our fire department. He's a great, awesome dog. It's only, again, three in LA County, but it's so true to how Compton Fire Department has always been ahead of the curve. We are always ahead of the curve. So I just want to thank the fire chief for being at the forefront of making sure that this was accountable, that we needed this. Fire chief, you said it. We need an arson dog. Your deputy, your fireman said it. Your engineer said it, and it happened. So I just want to thank you all so much, so much, and welcome Brownie to our team. And again, I implore all of us to go over there and welcome Brownie, and let's keep serving the city. Thank you so much.
I had a comment too for the fire chief. I share the excitement of my colleagues, and I think it's a great addition to an already great department. I've been advocates of the fighters department in Compton since I got elected in office, and I've always fought for all of the great firefighters that we have in the city. A question I had is arson a really big problem in the city of Compton? And when was the last time we had one, an arson fire?
Absolutely. And for to answer that question, let me introduce the chief of the arson division, Chief Hernandez, and he'll be able to give you a brief synopsis of the issue.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council, citizens. Arson has definitely been an issue in our city. Chief Simpson appointed me about 2 years ago when I promoted to a battalion chief. Our arson numbers have been increasing. It's been a bigger problem since this COVID started. We're taking a look at what we believe is a big jump in intentional fires for profit or for insurance fraud. Okay, that's an issue in our city right now. We're trying to address it. We've been addressing it. We've had some very good success in prosecuting arson cases. Actually, a very high percentage of cases that we've filed. Okay, we've only had one of our cases dismissed. I know just to a technicality, but we've had some great success. We certainly appreciate you guys giving us this tool. Brownie's a great asset, great tool for us, and ultimately she's helping out with us working fires and being able to save some money. She's able to sift through all this burn debris quicker than we would be able to by hand. So she gives us an advantage of giving us an area to really start digging in. But to answer your initial question, yes, arson is definitely an issue in our city, and we feel like we've been sending a real good message to people perpetrating the crime of arson. But I'd be remiss to not thank the LA County Sheriff's Department. Although we had our investigations, they definitely assisted us with their ability to look for certain suspects with their computer systems. Okay, so I certainly appreciate all your support and effort, and we're going to continue to do our job and send a message to people setting intentional fires in our city that it's not acceptable, and we will prosecute them.
I had two last questions, then I'll leave it for my colleagues. Number one, maybe just a suggestion, because I'm not the one that runs the department, but maybe we have a lot of abandoned buildings right now in the city of Compton. I know we have a lot in my district. Maybe you guys do this already, but if you don't, maybe a good suggestion would be to have Brownie go sniff around those buildings right now, because maybe some things may be plotting. Maybe that's a regular exercise you guys already do. where he can sniff out what's going on. And then my
Yes,
last
sir.
question, for the residents' sake, when was the last time we had an arson fire in the city of Compton?
We unfortunately, sir, have them pretty consistently. The last major one, was probably about 2 weeks ago with barricaded suspect with that LA County Sheriff's Department handled. Barricaded suspect actually ended up setting the garage on fire, and so Brown did a fantastic job finding the origin of that fire. We are using these abandoned buildings for Browning to train in, and so we try to use every resource we can and take advantage of everything we can here.
And just to Councilman Gavin, just to give you an idea of the success rate that the arson team has done, just in the past year alone, we've had 4 arrests with 4 convictions.
That's some great numbers. And I also want to commend you too, Fire Chief Simpson. Since you took over the job, I mean, you've just been getting right down to work. We never get no complaints about you. We never hear anything negative. And I think you're really the lead of that department. And I really believe that you are the lead of it. Sometimes before in the past, we had fire chiefs and, there was mixed emotions about them and there was more infighting and stuff. But I think you have done a really good job. And I'm very proud of the job you have done as fire chief since you've been here in the city of Compton. And I want to thank you. And more importantly, I want to thank your entire department for the great job they do to protect our residents and make our residents feel safe. Thank you guys all. You guys are the most underappreciated department in the city. But I want you to know that I support you and I know all of my colleagues do. And you guys are very much appreciated by us and loved by us. And I feel confident speaking on behalf of my colleagues when I say that.
Thank you very much. And I just want to say I have to comment on the fact that the easiest thing to do when you have a great team already is to lead. And that is the cornerstone of everything. I have a great team. This is the best fire department, period. And we show it every single day. And we love the fact that you all support us. So we thank you.
You guys also have the hottest shirts in the city of Compton.
Be best dear.
Y'all just stand by for the calendar.
We look forward to it.
Okay, we look forward to it.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Be safe.
Good night.
Thank you. Good to have Brownie.
Yes.
Just bite.
They left.
I would like to pet her, but I don't want her to bite me.
I know. She looks like a nice girl. Madam City Clerk?
We're now at item number 6, which is discussion for public participation at City Council meetings.
Yes, Mayor and Council, this item came up previously. I know Councilperson Sharif led the discussion regarding expanding the participation of the public during COVID-19. My staff has done some research into the area, and we have a couple of suggestions and a couple of options to present. One, the first issue is if we're going to bring back participants to sit in the council chambers for the meetings. That would involve also bringing back sheriff deputies, which right now during our COVID shutdown, we have relieved the sheriff's department of that responsibility, which is saving us. One deputy is $760 a month, or $95 an hour. We could have the audience come in one at a time and speak and then leave. That would require a deputy outside to manage the line and manage the speakers coming in. And again, if we had an audience, that would require two deputies at a cost of about $3,000 a month. Um, we also looked into uh, expanding the technology, having Zoom meetings that include public participation, live phone lines, or playing voicemail recording. And if I could ask for council and residents' patience, I think our expertise needs to expand before we can go into those areas. We've had far too many pauses and stops in the council meeting right now before I feel comfortable adding another layer. But I think ultimately we can add additional participation through technology.
I agree. We are definitely living in new times, and it's requiring new tools and tactics to navigate. And I'm open to the council's input on what they'd like to do regarding this item, if we could discuss it at this time. Councilwoman Sharif, I know you brought this item forward for consideration. You're on mute.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
First, let me thank the city manager and his staff for actually taking a look into this, because this has been something that the community has been really, really wanting us to take a look into. And I just felt that it was really important for us to make sure that they did have some way for them to be able to voice their concerns and their concerns. And whether we like their concerns or not, I just felt like they should be a part of what's happening. And because and so I'm looking at some of the options that he said, and I know that when it comes down to funding, that is really an issue for us right now, as for the council, as for the city. And I'm just hoping that we would actually have a very honest dialogue about it as to what we really feel like would really be the best way for us to make sure that we keep our community engaged and keep them being a part of what's going on, because I think that's the ultimate goal, is to try to make sure that we do keep them engaged and that we do make sure that they are a part of what's happening here at the city council. And so I know when the discussion first started off with me, is that they wanted to come into the chamber. And but that is something that I wanted to see what funding are we going to be looking at? How much will we be looking at as far as actually bringing the sheriff back? Because I wanted him to understand. I want to understand. I know the sheriff. We still paying the sheriff the same amount of money. I mean that by those officers not being there, that means that we're not paying the sheriff the same amount of money. How does that really work, Mr. City Manager?
It's overtime costs.
Oh, it's overtime. Okay, now, okay, thank you for clarifying that.
It's not contract changes, but it's the overtime costs for the council duty that we're saving right now.
Okay, so we decide to actually do something on through Zoom and on Zoom in that manner. That means we have to do an outreach to the community to make sure they got the number and a lot of different things in order for them to know that we've started this process. And so, what type of budget are we looking at trying to get that done? Do you have any idea? Have you ever thought about it?
I think outreach can occur without spending additional funds.
Okay.
We have the communication tools in place to get the word out.
Okay, thank you. Now, the next question I want to know is that do we have the staffing where we can actually use Zoom in order for the people to be able to come in? Do we have enough staffing for us to do that?
We have the staffing. I would like to see the meetings run smoother before I add another layer onto the meetings. It's going to require a lot of coordination by administration. I think once we go into that area, um, we don't have an idea of how many residents would participate. I think a large number would, and I just want to make sure we're ready to handle that added layer to the meetings before we went in that direction.
Okay, well, this is my opinion is that right now, because I would like to make sure that once we start, we actually something that we can continue. And so I'm looking at the staffing, I'm looking at how the meetings things are being put together now. And that is my concern is that whether or not, if we move into that other layer, if we really have the staff and the skill set and everything for us to be able to actually make sure that the community is actually given the opportunity to be able to participate. And so I know you said that opening up the gate, allowing them to come in, do their comments and leave, then we still have to have someone on duty. We still have to have a sheriff on duty. And so, like I said, I'm open to this, to hearing discussion coming from the other councilman, but I do believe that no matter what, we do need to start allowing that opportunity for the community to be able to participate, whether it's by Zoom or whether it's by allowing them to come, say their meetings and leave. So either way. So, but we do need to have a discussion about it because the funding source, I know that is something we really have to take a look at, and I understand that, and that's why I say however we can get it done. But I think it's truly really really important that we try to get this taken care of.
Councilman Cherie, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Councilman? Okay. So if and I agree, they have to be present or at least be a part. So with that comes with anyone that comes into the chamber, they have to do the thermometer to make sure the temperature is at a certain temperature. And then it will have to come to the quarantine piece. So we have to look at LA County's regulations first. And this is just for safety precautions. But what about if we look at this? So AT&T, T-Mobile, there's a couple of providers who will provide free broadband to them. Do they have access? So let's look at how many have access to internet or via telephone or via cell phone. And if they do not have the capability to view, so for example, if their plan is not paid for them to view it on cell, then they can qualify. So let's look at all of the avenues in case we can't. Let's look at all the avenues to make sure everyone's included and make sure that our Spanish speakers have access as well. But remember, when you come into bringing someone to chamber, so for example, it would have to be one every 4 or 5 seats, I think, city manager, one every 4 or 5 seats. So that'll give you approximately in our chamber maybe 15 people at the most. And we could do the thermometer, the testing, for the temperature. But if we look at providing them with free broadband, free access, then everyone can see it.
Well, we're talking about seeing it, but can they actually participate as far as with their
they would. Yeah, they will be with that service. They will be able to listen and watch it on either the cell phone, if they have a computer or a laptop or what have you. But they will at least on their phone. And that it was a mandate that came from the state assembly that was passed, as well as the county. So that is an option that we can also utilize. But if we do,
I'm looking at the option, but understand what the community is asking for.
Right. No, I understand. Absolutely.
That's why I was saying is that however we can do this, I'm just me.
Yeah.
I'm bringing it to the council because this is something that they really
Oh,
being added.
sure. I agree.
Yeah,
Let's look at all options, Mr. City
yeah.
Manager. And if we can, if you want to open up, you only could do so many people, make sure temperature's taken, but also make it available for those. Let's look into utilizing that free broadband service that everyone, but also our Spanish speaking residents have to have that same option. We can't
Madam Mayor.
exclude them.
So
Madam Mayor.
Oh, yes, please, Councilwoman McCoy.
I was
I'd
just
like to go
one
ahead.
of the
Councilwoman
options.
McCoy, sorry.
One of the things that I was thinking of is, when we allow them to call in during audience comments, and it still will require that someone monitor them and then, shut them down when they're at their 3 minutes and all of that. But once, like the city manager said, once he gets through the layers of making sure that we run smoothly, then we can add that component to the council meeting whereby they can call in and voice their concerns. They want to be hands on where they can
Mhm.
communicate it to us right away. So I just say that we work out our kinks and then let them call in and speak for their 3 minutes, and but then we would have to still add another person to be able to bring them on and then shut them down and then shut down that line once we finish with audience comments.
That would also relieve the city clerk of the burden of reading all the emails.
Yeah, the comments.
Right,
Yeah.
right, right.
and that's what they. Yeah, that would definitely would alleviate that. Yes, without a doubt.
Craig, I had a question for the city manager. I think that was at first. I want to say that was a good idea by Councilwoman Chambers, but I think the problem with providing internet is I think a lot of the people that complain that they're not able to participate in the meeting are seniors, and a lot of our seniors, a lot of them utilize flip phones still to this day, or get confused with technology. So I think the call-in would be most beneficial to them, if not just allowing them into the council meetings. Also, maybe the city manager can provide a cost of what it would cost for us to have code enforcement officers in the chambers as opposed to sheriffs. I think that cost will be a lot less. And maybe an idea, because I think the people that have the hardest time accessing the meetings now are seniors. So maybe we can provide a way for them to view the meeting or participate in the meeting in person if we open the chambers to the seniors only, or even maybe even utilizing the Dollar High facility, which is a lot bigger, and we're able to spread the chairs apart more than we would in the council chambers because it's a lot smaller. So maybe those are options that the city manager can look at and bring a report back. I know next week's the fifth Tuesday, so maybe he can bring it back on October, the first week of October, the next meeting, just to see if there's any way we can work with those two options that I suggested.
Uh, Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I would just like to make some type of clarification here. A lot of our seniors do not come out at night, and that's why I was suggesting them maybe being able to call in because a lot of them do not come out in the evening time, and we still want to make sure they still have access where they can still be able to participate, where they can maybe possibly call in. So a lot of them may not come out and everything. So we just that's why I said we need to take a look at all the avenues to try to figure out the best one and best direction for us to go. And it's for us trying to make sure that everybody have access.
Thank you for the valid points that everyone has made. And I'm open to the city manager's recommendation based on the limitation of resources as well. So just into consideration to what everyone has said and recommended. Do you have a recommendation based on our resource constraints?
Yes. So the position for the city would be the security officer. Um, and we're just really low on numbers right now in that division. But I will I will look. It seems that a call in, at least as one of the options, would address some of this issue, and then we'll keep looking into Zoom and other issues. The issue with attendance, in addition to the cost of personnel, is sometimes the number of people in the chambers is fluid. Additional personnel comes down in there to check mics or equipment. So it's hard to get a consistent number throughout the meeting for that area and stay in compliance with the LA County orders.
Craig, can I ask you a question? How come technology has always been the city's Achilles heel? It seems like we've always, since the 8 years, almost 8 years I've been in office, it seems like we always have problems with the TV channel, with the live stream, like, and now with the Zoom and the call-in number. How come it's always, how come technology has always been something that crippled us as a community and more importantly as a council?
So it wasn't until last year that we updated the equipment in the chambers. So now we have state-of-the-art equipment, and we have to catch up to the use of that equipment. We currently for this meeting, I have our installing company assess the meeting and how we're approaching the use of the equipment for the meeting. So I'll get a report on where we're needed to improve. But for so many years, we were using antiquated equipment, and we've resolved that last year, and now we just have to get up to speed on the
City Manager, may I just add this comment to Council Galvan's request? Council Galvan, that has been an issue since I've worked in the legislature, Congress, and Assembly, where our communities, the district, have been the least advantaged with broadband. If you look at our towers, when you talk about Watts, Willowbrook, and Compton, we have not had adequate broadband access. I'll give you an example. If you look at a tree right now, Willowbrook, going down Willowbrook by the train tracks, you will see a tower up in a tree. If you go to Compton, you will not see many because we never had fair, adequate access to broadband. That's why streaming is low. That's why access is low. That's why you have to keep saying, do you hear me now? That's been an issue for the past 10 years. 10 years. I've talked about, we've addressed this with PUC Commission. Me, Joe Buscaino, Gibson, Hahn, we've addressed this. From Watts, Compton, and Willowbrook, we've had the least opportunities and why with broadband. Still right now, Martin Luther King Hospital, I'll give an example. If you go to the hospital and you could not get access to internet to see how your patient was doing because of the least of opportunities. So it becomes a bigger issue. So it's not only, and I understand what you're saying. When we look at, is it us? Is it that our system is that? No, we just have at least opportunity with broadband opportunities in other areas. Now that has improved, I will say. It has improved. But I do want to say that has contributed a lot.
And just for clarity, I am in no way blaming Craig for our lack of technology. Just I want to make that clear. I just asked him a question, but I think that we should make it a priority because I don't think that we'll be able to go back to traditional meetings until sometime early next year, maybe even the middle of next year, when they'll start to open things up. So it's probably something we should invest in right away and get addressed and fixed and fine-tuned right away.
I agree.
I agree as well.
Any additional discussion?
Just one last comment. I think the scariest thing right now about our council meetings during the pandemic is the lack of input from our community because they don't have the resources or they're not technologically savvy enough to participate in them. And without the participation of the residents, what are we doing here? We're here to serve them. And I know it's nobody's fault on this council, but I think it's an issue that should be made a priority. That way our residents can participate with us.
Thank you. And, that's one of the reasons why I brought this to the council, because what they're saying is that they feel isolated. And I know none of us on this council want any of our citizens to feel that like they're isolated, that they're not a part of what we're doing. And that's why I felt very strongly about this, because I believe that they should have an opportunity, they should have a voice. And because with all of us working together, including with the community, I believe we can do a much better job. And because, and so that's why I did bring this. So I am looking forward to us really coming up to a solution as to how we can really address this, whether it's by a Zoom, because we can make sure that our seniors really will get on the phone and they will chime in. Where a lot of times they may not be able to travel, but because of it being at night, because of night. And so I just think that we need to try to, this is an opportunity. For me, I look at it as an opportunity for us to really actually reach out and actually make sure that everybody's is a part of this. Because if they're sitting at home and they can call in, that's fine. And if they want to come, if we have to go to them walking in, however we have to do it. But I really think this is truly something that's really, really important, and for us to make sure that we continue to engage our residents in our community.
I agree with you, Councilman Sharif, wholeheartedly. And that brings me to say I have the 3 senior centers, 1 to 4 in my district. So I'm working with them to bring the TV to the community center, to the common area, that they can showcase the council meetings during that time, so that our seniors can view it then. But yeah, I agree. So if we look at Esther's, I have same time, St. Stephen's, I have Hickory. So we're looking at bringing a screen TV downstairs to the rec area where our seniors can view our council meetings. But I agree, we have to look at better ways. So any suggestions that you all have, I'm open to and will support.
Thank you. So, Mr. City Manager, if you can maybe finalize something for us and bring it back so we can really take a look at it, because I look like we may the Zoom may be our way to go here.
I'll bring something back as well as implement some additional avenues for the public.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, City Manager. And I know, and thank you, Councilwoman Sharif, for bringing the item forward. And I wholeheartedly support the Zoom option for safety purposes and cost purposes. And also, I know that we're scheduled to have some dialogue about the upcoming bond, but I know one of the components that has been presented to the city is also technology upgrades, because there is a cost associated with bringing Compton into the 21st century and preparing for the future. So I'd like to just leave space for those discussions and think about ways we can have technology be a part of how we're navigating and planning to provide services in these new times that we're living in.
Yeah, that's what we are. Thank you, Mayor Brown.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager?
Yes. Next up, I wanted to report out about the Alameda cleanup. I know Councilman Galvan is very passionate about the lack of movement in that area. I wanted to, as well as the rest of the council, I wanted to bring on our code director, Tony Ward. Is he
director de cumplimiento de códigos, Tony Ward, está presente?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. If If the meeting administrator can put up,
Si nos pudieran hacer la
here we go.
presentación, aquí la tiene.
Ms. Ward, if you can just go briefly through your
Si
PowerPoint,
pudiera presentarnos su
and
presentación
I'll
PowerPoint.
save my comments for the end.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor and Council. The City Manager asked that I come in and give you a brief overview of what it entails when we are tasked with doing any of our encampment abatements, and specifically the Alameda Corridor, which has been at the forefront of discussion lately. So I'm going to give you a brief overview of what it entails for us. Next slide, please. Whenever we do an encampment, one of the first things that we're required to do are really coordinate with all of our stakeholders. That's the Sheriff's Department, community outreach groups, Union Pacific Railroad in this instance, public work staff, animal control, code enforcement personnel, and depending on where we go, it could be Caltrans, it could be the Army Corps of Engineer, depending on what area we're working in. So there are a lot of stakeholders that we need to coordinate with. We're tasked with determining the size and number of people included in that encampment, because that is what tells us the amount of resources and manpower and materials are going to be needed to facilitate handling that encampment. Next slide. After we were able to get together with all of our stakeholders, we have to come up with a timetable. After we post notices, we have to determine the date. Be homeless, it's not a crime to be homeless. And we have to post notices. They have rights. We're entitled to store their materials and property when asked to for a limited number of days that they can pick up at a later date. So we have to coordinate all the resources and timetables. So we'll post notices to give them fair warning, to gather the most pertinent materials that they deem necessary that they can take with them, or that they have identified that they want us to store. In the last 14 months, we've done approximately 10 to 15 abatements along the Alameda Corridor. That also includes some of the other streets up north, Banning, under the bridge on both sides of Alameda, in addition to some other routine cleanups that have taken place. Excuse me. One of our goals is to minimize and reduce the city's liability and exposure to any civil prosecution. A few years back, you may recall several Orange County cities were sued based upon their actions that they took during several encampment cleanups and displacements. So we try to be mindful of adhering to the LA County rules, and they have established guidelines and protocols and taken some of the best practices, if you will, and we try to utilize those to minimize our exposure in that area. Next slide. One of our biggest challenges along Alameda has unfortunately been Union Pacific. Through broken promises, unkept timelines and commitments, and poor communication, trying to get through the bureaucracy of getting to the right person to talk to help facilitate and coordinate the cleanups. We've done multiple cleanups along the Alameda Corridor, and understanding that the city is responsible for the property line from the rail tracks to the street, and that Union Pacific is responsible for the tracks to the interior wall. And that has been some of our biggest challenges, because every time we would go out to do a cleanup, it's like only cleaning half your house. It's like, okay, I'm going to clean this side of the bathroom, but I'm not going to clean that side. And that's what we felt. We were just circling the drain with this continual lack of coordinated efforts between the two entities that needed to get the job done. And I know in the 16 months that I've been here, they've only been here once in the city. Currently, they're on schedule to come down to the city. We had originally scheduled as far back as February for them to start cleaning in our area, coordinated with LA Hopics and all the other necessary resources, and they just never showed. So that was frustrating. And then with the break of COVID and the output, that put a strain on all of us internally here in the city, as well as all the other stakeholders. So that's been one of our biggest challenges. I know for a fact that their group has started again. They started up in the Southgate area. They started at 92nd and Alameda yesterday. I checked on them this morning. They were at 103rd and Alameda. So that progress their plan is to work south and get through the city of Compton and continue on to Long Beach. But again, that's a slow process, and anything can derail their schedule, manpower, money. They were actually going to start last week, but after the incident that occurred with the sheriffs, that postponed it. So we have a lot of competing entities and governments, and trying to get everybody on the same page at the same time has been a challenge. And I'm hoping that we can make some inroads in that as we're working north from Rosecrans and they're coming south from the north end. So I'm hoping that when we meet in the middle, we can, finally put eyes on one another and closely work together and hopefully build a joint partnership that can help minimize what we see out there in the community right now. Next slide, please. So why are there more encampments? Our homeless numbers did increase during the last homeless account, but I think my personal opinion as to why we see so much more homeless in the area has to do with the demolition of several buildings, because believe it or not, that's where a lot of them were housed. The two big buildings off of Compton Boulevard that were demolished, that had been burned several times, as well as Louis Burgers, and then there was a vacant house on Rose that was recently sold and is now occupied by someone else. So those displacements caused them to be out in the open, if you will. That, along with some of the efforts that we've done to abate some of the vacant lots and properties in the city, has pushed them out of the cubby holes, if you will, and out more into the public. Next slide, please. So we began yesterday to clean up, working on Alameda at the direction of the city manager. He was very influential in this area. He took the position of, okay, I need to get it done. We need to get it done. And I'm that neighbor that I'm at my last end's wit. So what can we do? And we bounced around some ideas between the city manager and public works, because the goal was trying to clean the entire area at one time. You can see from the photos here the amount of trash that it accumulates. That's just on the outside of the tracks. The next slide. Some of the encampments have engulfed the entire sidewalk as well as the interior wall. And we didn't have the equipment to facilitate that interior cleaning of the tracks. So we did some thinking outside the box. A street superintendent, myself, and the city manager, and we began. Next slide, please. So we began the cleanup, utilizing Screaming Eagles, Public Works, and the materials, the resources, the manpower that we had. We brought out the heavy trucks, the dumpsters. Next slide, please. And then we went out and rented a machine that allowed us access to the interior train property without damaging or incurring any interference with their train tracks. This machine that was rented gives us the ability to reach over the tracks to accomplish what has really been our biggest hurdle thus far. Next slide. It's been effective so far. We've only been out 2 days. We had some little mechanical problems this morning. That machine actually had one of the hoses busted on it. So by the time we got to get a hose replacement, we didn't actually get out today until afternoon. But our goal is to continue to move north from Rosecrans to the North City line, cleaning interior and exterior sides of the track and removing all of the blight and encampments that we see. Hopix has been out every day to offer assistance to anyone seeking and asking for it. So it's been working smoothly so far, and we hope to have this done. It's a slow process, and there's a lot of stuff. We're not moving fast. We're being thorough. It'll probably take us a couple of weeks to get to the north end of the city. Next slide. So after 2 days, that's what it looks like looking back. You can imagine there were,
on the interior and exterior. There were encampments and enclosures that they had built, and mounds of trash. So as we continue to move north, that's what we hope to see, a better, cleaner Alameda looking. And I know you still see some debris there, but those are going to go back and get picked up by the actual manual labor. It doesn't require the big machine. And then one of the other things that the city manager and I in Public Works are going to also discuss are some type of design, landscaping changes to minimize the readily accessibility of the interior of the track right of way to the public through either some type of fencing, gates, or something that minimizes that freedom and ability to come from the curb to the track. And maybe Southgate has that along their track line up north. They have an entire wrought iron and brick gate. So you can only access the track from cross points. And I think that minimizes the amount of homeless encampments, because they can't readily just go straight from the street to their encampment or their quarters that they're building. They have to go all the way up to the next crossing. So we'll try to identify some landscaping changes, some facades, and whatever else we may need to help minimize and beautify the area. But I think all of the things that we're moving towards are going to make a big difference in the future. Next slide. So our goal is to clean the inside and outside of the tracks and reduce the redundancy of the encampments and trash in the area. And if anyone has any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them for you.
Thank you, Mr. Ward, for your presentation, and I'll defer to council for comments.
Madam Mayor, I was watching how the tracks, the condition of the tracks. How is there a train that's going down those tracks? The run down those tracks, the track.
That track is still active, yes. We don't see a lot of traffic on it, but it does still work, and it's still a live track.
Okay, because the reason I was looking at the cleanup with the area that you were cleaning, and it looked like a lot of the stuff was almost on the track itself, and I was just wondering how was they impacting the people that was trying to live there. I just couldn't see that. I'm just trying to figure that out.
Well, they've configured their living quarters with just enough space so that when the train does come down, it doesn't impede them on the inside of the track, and then the stuff they put to the outside is mostly in the streets for us.
Okay.
So yeah, they're not impacted.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I had a question, and it's a request for the city manager. First thing I want to do is I want to give credit where credit's due. Since I complained again last week, you actually got Alameda completely clean. I know they started yesterday and they finished today. And I got a lot of calls, messages from residents saying how happy they were. And I know we spoke about this a little bit in closed session, and I'm hoping for the public's knowledge that you can let them know the steps that you plan to take to make sure that Alameda stays as clean as it is right now. So if the city manager is willing to share that with the residents, I would greatly appreciate it.
Yes, one of the um, crucial relationships that have to improve is with Union Pacific. One, we're going to look at the gate or some type of improvement like Mr. Ward was referring to. Two, we're going to have to, Union Pacific indicated that there was a contractual relationship with Los Angeles County for the sheriff's department to have the ability to treat trespassers of private property, so we can keep the encampments from coming back. And three, we're going to have to go out much more often on just the simple trash pickup, so it doesn't become a project that requires weeks of resources at a time. So those three things we plan to implement right away.
Thank you.
Thank you for that update for the residents.
Yep, thank you.
Any additional discussion?
I have a discussion, Madam Mayor. May I?
Of course.
I think we have to remember if we go legislatively, SB6, and look at where we are. Our homeless encampments, we cannot physically remove them until we have a homeless plan. So it's up to us, of course, to enact with our other legislators with SB6 and all that. We have to pass our homeless plan that we've been working on. However, I will say this. If you work on one portion, work on all the portions. We deal with the mental health aspect. Deal with cleanup. Look at how many businesses we lost along Alameda due to homeless. That's something to address. More importantly, we have to be more engaged. Another thing I want to address is why we need code enforcement around the clock or on the weekends. Because again, after Friday or Thursday at 6 p.m., the city opens up for hell. And it does. And it does. So we have homes and campuses right there at CB Park. We have the all along Alameda. We have them right there on Compton Avenue. We have to get together as a consensus again. Continue to work on the homeless pay our initiatives, work with the county, and secure our funding to secure our funding to be able to provide these resources.
And again,
that's what we're up against.
This is a resource discussion because any solution is going to require funding.
It's going to require funding.
So if we're not talking about a way to bring more funding to address the issue, then we're just talking about the issue.
So, we have to talk about how we're going to secure our Measure HH funding, our state funding. We got to talk about that because we cannot push them out if we don't have nowhere for them to go. And you talk about agencies, housing agencies, home agencies. If we don't have nowhere for them to go, we cannot physically push them anywhere.
Madam Mayor.
Come up with something.
Madam Mayor. This has been a discussion that's been going on since I've been on this council. And that is in regarding this homeless and the fact that we had no place for them to go. And right now we're still in the middle of trying to get a plan put together that we've been working on since Measure HH passed. And we still have not, that plan still have not come to this council for us to approve. We're still working on the plan. And so that's the delay, but so which means she's in that sense, yes, because we got to have money. We do not have the resources, and I got that. But honestly, I'm sitting up here, we're talking, but we've been talking about this now since I've been on the council about the homeless, and we still have not made any leadway as in regards to trying to do certain things that should be done. And the plan is something that we just have. You just like it, just keep put. I know they're working on it. I was on the last meeting with them. I know they were trying to get it completed, but every time we get to that point, look like something happened. We're still waiting for that plan to come before this council. So when the plan comes before the council, we can send the plan over to the county. Hopefully the county will accept our plan and maybe we can start getting some type of funding because just like when we with the COVID-19 funding, the county got a lot of money, over $10 million. And because we did not have our plan together, we wouldn't, I don't, Mr. City Manager, were we able to get any of those funds?
Last year in 2018, Compton came with a plan that was not approved. That's number one. Number two, in 2019 beginning of, they said that they found a spot for it, was not approved because when the person that was in charge was not approved. Now we're here now. So there was opportunities that we had that. Let's not be remiss because I remember questioning Rojas specifically about SB6. I remember you talking about where you wanted it, where it should be. We're going to have those conversations, but we have to act now. See, we're done talking. The talking phase, we passed that. And until we have an activation plan, that's when we can only activate services, resources, and funding.
I'm just going to ask the key question is what's the status of the plan?
What's the status and where are we at? And what are we doing? And we need to move now. It's clear that we have a problem.
I plan to have
planeo
the plan brought forth either
traer de regreso el plan
the October, I believe
para
it's 6 is our
octubre,
next
el
meeting.
6 de octubre me parece que es la próxima junta.
Either the 6th or the 13th. The
Ya sea el
plan is
6 o el
done,
13. El
and
plan
we
ya
are
está hecho.
working on the
Se está trabajando
finalizing the staff report and resolution.
para terminar lo que es el
Also, if I could go back to
Voy a
Councilperson
regresar a
Chambers'
hablar
comment
del
about
comentario que hizo la concejal Chambers
weekend code enforcement.
acerca de al cumplir códigos,
While we are able to do
aunque se pudiera
weekend
hacer
specific activities, we
actividades
can't,
específicas los fines de semana,
we just don't have the numbers right now
simplemente no tenemos los números
to have a steady
para poder tener
schedule for weekend work.
calendario
But we are
de
able to
trabajo
do
los fines de semana, pero
overtime
sí vamos a poder hacer
code enforcement activities on
actividades de
special
cumplimiento de códigos
projects.
de
But around the
proyectos
clock, we just don't have,
que
we
van
don't
a
have the numbers right
pagarse
now.
tiempo extra, pero ahorita no
I
tenemos
hope,
personal.
I hope we can build back
Espero
shortly, but
podamos,
right now we just,
dentro de
we don't have it.
pronto hacerlo, pero por el momento no.
And thank you, City Manager. And I know that
Gracias, señora
obviously we're dealing with COVID,
Obviamente,
but the city has always had challenges fiscally with being able to provide code enforcement 24 hours a day, or what was said earlier. So what I've asked city managers times past is just to make a recommendation and let the council know what the gap is for actually providing the coverage that we need, so that we can at least have a goal fiscally of what we need to accomplish and set aside and prioritize to be able to address these issues. Because obviously we know there's a gap, we know there's a shortfall, but on issues such as, quality of life, code enforcement, illegal dumping, we just need to know what the gap is so that we can all be realistic, instead of just pointing to the issue, but then having the disconnect between the city can't afford, obviously, to address the issue. Because if money was not the challenge, then it would be pressing the easy button and deploying people to address these issues, but that's not where we are. So we all need to be realistic about where the city is, what the gap is, and then what obstacles, is really before us in order to really address this issue in a way that is sustainable. Because as you said, we can do special assignments, but this is not something that's going to be sustainable continuously. It would just help to at least for the council to rank how we prioritize our priorities.
We can bring an item back for discussion that talks about current staffing levels in security, code, and parking.
Thank you. That would be helpful. And thank you again, Mr. Ward, for the presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Next up, we have a
A quien tenemos es
street improvement update.
Nos van a poner al día una actualización de lo que es la mejora de las calles.
We have that
So is this working now?
street improvement PowerPoint. There we go.
Yes.
Entonces, vamos a hacer la presentación.
Forgive me if it's a brief review. We had
Disculpe si
a few comments last week about
de la semana pasada
what streets
acerca de
was already in place and what streets
en qué calles ya estaba
needed to
ocurriendo,
be assessed and funded.
qué calles
Can we go to the next
hacia
page?
de los fondos. Vamos a la siguiente página.
When I took the position in July
El puesto en julio
2019,
del diseño,
we were wrapping up
estábamos terminando
the 1301 project
el proyecto
um,
1301.
that required, that project was funded, streets were selected, and we just shepherded the completion of that project.
Simplemente fue
The only challenge is that 13 represents 2013, and 2019 is when it was completed. Next, we have 1801. 1801 was already sent to engineering or design prior to me taking the seat. 18 again stands for 2018. We found funding to complete the engineering or design phase, and the construction phase wasn't funded till 2020. This project commenced in May, and it is to be completed in December of 2020. Those are the 7 streets that we see activity on right now. 1802 is, we had, I'm sorry. There we go. 1802 was in design last year, completed last year. We were responsible for identifying funding for engineering and the construction, the 21 streets. While we now have identified a source of funding, it was never funded. So the actual implementation of 18-2 was is just now coming to fruition. Next slide. By district, where you see G/O, that is the grind and overlay program. Those streets will be going through 37 streets. Those were not considered prior to July 2019. So all these streets are what we were able to secure funding. And while they're not the reconstruction, we are going past the filling of individual potholes and going down 2 inches, in some places 4 inches, and repairing entire streets. Next is an example of 132nd, Wilmington and Compton Ave. Next slide. Next slide is District 2. We have, we were able to do Killen Place. We were able to do in front of Walmart. Were recent areas. Next slide. This is the area in front of Walmart. We definitely have an issue with large trucks breaking up the street, making deliveries at Walmart. We also had an issue with we're trying to deter the large trucks from using Tucker Street to get to Walmart. That street was beaten up pretty bad. And you could just see when you have those delivery trucks going down there, it's just relentless on the asphalt. District 3, the next item, we were able You see now we have Caldwell being reconstructed. These are the grind and overlay areas.
Las áreas de grind and overlay, que es el proceso donde
We were able to just do
se
taper.
vuelve a poner
Um,
una capa de asfalto.
and Councilperson McCoy, we had talked about,
Y Concejal McCoy se había hablado.
we did Victoria and Wilmington, but there's also a lane on Victoria
Hay uno de
that's
los carriles en la
beat up
Victoria
that we need to
están muy
address to make that whole area flow smoother.
muy
Oh, thank you.
afectada y estamos viendo cómo se pueden obtener
Next
los
slide, you
fondos.
see a
La
picture
siguiente,
of taper.
la siguiente diapositiva.
So this is again going away from filling individual potholes. I know residents were complaining how it still remained lumpy as you drove over. So we're giving out
Se sentía que quedaba así como con bordos.
basically new streets. District 4.
Básicamente queda nueva la calle. El distrito
We just completed Muriel and Pearl Avenue on the grind and overlay.
Creo que es el programa de grind and overlay.
The problem with Myrn now is it is a speedway. We never thought we'd be saying that.
Nunca pensamos que se fuera a considerar una
As well as Caldwell.
carreras. Nunca pensamos.
Happy that the street is fixed, so they just testing it, I think.
Creo que
Yes, and same as Caldwell as a
That's Caldwell. Oh, yes.
Well, yeah, I know. Yeah, so they are testing it.
And then there's just a District 4 picture remaining. We are about 100,000 to 150,000 remaining on this contract. It is coming to an end. We, we're constantly looking to add additional money to the street program. When we talk, the next presentation will talk about a plan to increase more street projects like the grind and overlay project.
Incluir proyectos así como este del grind and overlay.
So I will be talking with councilperson regarding the remaining few streets we can do on this contract. I know I have some speed bumps. When we took down the street and put in the new asphalt, we took out speed bumps, and the company will be placing them. And we have started, painting some of or marking some of the speed bumps and installing them. But I anticipate that to be completed shortly.
Okay.
I will keep you posted on.
Se va a mantener al día en cuanto a estos detalles.
Again, if I didn't say it or didn't say it clearly, that was 37 grind and overlay streets, 7 reconstructed streets, and 21 reconstructed streets.
You said we have 21 coming up?
21 and 1802 reconstructed streets.
Okay.
So the next question is, how do we fund 21 streets? Can we have the bond financing overview?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Before we get to the next presentation, can I have a motion to extend the meeting, please?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
So move.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilperson Chambers, Galvan, McCoy,
Yes.
Sharif,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mr. City Manager.
Okay, we have a bond financing overview PowerPoint. We'll talk about the next slide. We'll talk about the bond team that council has authorized. We'll go through the bond process and structure, and we'll briefly talk about the list of bonds and the bond financing schedule.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
we didn't get a copy of this, and this print is really small. I mean, in the future, Mr. City Manager, could you please make sure we get a copy of these presentations, because we can't see on the screen. I could barely.
Can we take a 30-second break? Because I believe it was delivered. So
It was delivered?
We received an email, I believe.
They sent an email, but then when I tried to print it out, I couldn't get it printed. I was trying to print it out.
Okay.
Can we take a minute break?
Yes.
Councilperson Sharif, if you check your mailbox.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. No, it's not there. Thank you. And I'm going through my stuff now. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm ready now. Yes. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Great. If we can have the PowerPoint back and go to bond team members. The next slide. So our issuers, we'll have two issuers. One, the Independent Cities Finance Authority, as well as our Compton Public Finance Authority. We have ICFA has an oversight agent, Wolf and Company Incorporated. We have Bond Counsel, Butler Snow, and Stradling Yoka Carlson and Ralph. We have Raymond James as our underwriter. Our trustee is U.S. Bank National Association. The issuer has separate counsel, Best and Krieger. We have a financial advisor, Wildan Financial Services. We have Underwriters Council, Nixon Peabody LLP, and Trustee Council, Dorsey Whitney, and then the city management staff that includes the city controller. This slide is just to emphasize this isn't a individual operation. This is a significant team with a lot of brain power to make sure that we follow the guidelines and we present a bond proposal in the best interest of the city. Councilperson Sharif, I know you had experience with ICFA and bringing this and advocating for their ability to provide bond financing.
First, let me thank Mayor Brown for appointing me to that committee, and really gave me a lot of insight, and I learned a lot being there. Because when I first came on, they were actually doing construction work, like development, and I kept asking about streets because I was always looking for money for streets. And what happened is that during the Major R, because of conversation that came out of the COG, and along the COG, we have 27 small cities there, and we took a look at the money that they were actually getting from the Major R when it passed. And it was really sad because a lot of us along that COG, we did not have the funding where we could actually be able to maintain our infrastructure. And so from that, there came a conversation with Mayor Brown, and we were talking to Phil Washington of Metro. And then I started going to meetings. Every meeting I thought Phil would be there, I think I was there just to see if I could get Phil to actually help us with this project. And I know she was probably doing the same thing whenever she saw Phil. So he probably got tired of seeing both of us. And so what happened is that ICFA, this discussion took place in regarding to about us during this bond process, and to see whether or not we could actually get it done. So it took us a while because Metro actually had to participate as far as trying to put some of the regulations together for us. So it took us a while to get it done. I was really sad because when it was finally approved and I was able to come and announce it at the city council meeting, I just thought, oh boy, we're getting ready to be able to use this fund. But then we ran into some issues and in regards to our financing, and we wasn't able to use it at that time. So now we are here. And we're here now where we do have the opportunity for us to actually maybe hopefully be able to take advantage of this. And I really am happy about that. And I'm looking forward to see whether or not it's something that we're going to be doing. I know we're looking at the bond, we're looking at all the different aspects of it, because I know there's some issues going to come up about the interest rates and all those things, but we still are moving in that direction. And that's why I always said that we needed to make sure we think outside the box right now. There are a lot of different things that we're doing because there's so many different things that we can use in order for us to be able to maybe get some things done. And this is one avenue that we are actually using. And this bond here is really set up a little different than a normal bond, because this bond here really does give us opportunity just to use a certain revenues that we have, and those revenues that we're receiving can only be used just for that purpose, and that's for streets. And so I thought that was a great idea, because this way I know a lot of people did not want us to use our general fund, nor do we have general fund money where we could actually go out and actually get a bond. So this way we do have the funding, a stream where maybe we can actually be able to pull this off. So like I said, I'm very excited about it. I really want to thank Wolf and the ICFA people that's there, all the members of ICFA, because of them, we were able to actually get to where we are now. So I would just want to say thanks.
Next slide, please. The bond process, what can we spend bond funds for? Those are capital expenditures. Capital expenditures is the money city can spend to buy, maintain, or improve its fixed assets. That means buildings, streets, vehicles, equipment, or land. It is considered a capital expenditure when the asset is newly purchased or when money is used toward extending the useful life of an existing asset, such as repairing a roof on a building. We're looking for improvements that have a lifespan of 10 to 15 years and expenses that exceed $1,000. So typically the bond funds go to direct costs, actually the construction company, and then we also have indirect costs, which is or referred to as soft costs, which is engineering, architects, legal fees, construction, project management, the environmental, geotechnical work, appraisals, etc. Next slide. So we have, actually we are proposing two separate bonds. The first is the sales tax revenue bonds for 2020. That's the one we're going through ICFA for as the issuer, and that's going to address the streets. We'll get to a slide on the streets in a second. But the sales tax revenue fund is going to serve as the source for the repayment of the bonds, and I'll walk you through that process. And also we'll have a safe debt service capacity. Then we have the lease revenue bonds, and if you remember last year, we talked about emergency repairs needed for city facilities, as well as other capital improvement projects. That's going to come through the lease revenue side, and the issuer entity would be the Compton Public Finance Authority, which council sits on. And then I'll walk you through sources of repayment on that side as well. Next slide. So, as Councilperson Sharif indicated, we have the city has measures, sales tax measures that are for transportation only. So we are looking at, the city receives annually $4.5 million from Measure M, Measure R, and Prop C funds. And we can continue at a pace of putting $4 million in play a year to address our infrastructure needs, or we can leverage the money to receive a much larger payment for significant repairs at one time. So if we pledge $4.5 million, which isn't greater than 55% of the revenue that comes in, we will have a debt service of $2.1 million, and we will be able to receive $38 million in bond funds. Again, let me just with 4.5 million coming in, we'll have to pay an annual payment of 2.1 million, but we will have excess to bring to the community 38 million.
So it's 38 million that we'll be able to get now.
On the street side.
That's why I said on the street side. Okay.
And city manager, if you don't mind just highlighting the difference in the revenue that we'll be receiving, because I know one concern is if we pledge all of the incoming revenue for streets, that there would not be any funding left over for basic maintenance or other improvements. So could you just highlight the fact that this obviously wouldn't absorb all of our money, but it would definitely pledge a percentage toward these improvement projects?
So if you look, so measure M, we would be using 55% of the revenue. Measure R, 46% of the revenue, and only 40% of Prop C. So what that means is the sales tax is a function of the economy, right? We are in uncertain times. So we would not be able to do a deal leveraging 100% of the funds because we don't know the future levels of the funds going forward. But when we're only using at the most 55%, we can safely make those payments regarding the bond use, regarding the debt service. Next slide. On the lease revenue bond side, we have Measure P funds. Measure P this year is estimated at $10.3 million. We are proposing to use debt service for 38% of that fund. That would allow on a 20-year repayment, we can utilize 48 million of bond funds, or on a 25-year repayment, 54 million.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding this on this side. You said 10.3 million and 38% of our Measure P funds is going to be used to pay back the debt service. Is that what I'm understanding? Are you saying, just clarify that again, if you don't mind?
10.3 million.
Okay.
Comes into the city every year.
Okay.
Of Measure P funding. And we have gone to great lengths this year to try to save Measure P, the sales tax fund, for projects, right? Infrastructure, facilities. We had a list of projects that we use the sales tax fund for. We are proposing to leverage or use 38% of that fund.
38%, but 38% of the 10.3 million.
Correct.
That's right. I just want to make sure I'm on the same page as you. That's right. That's what I thought. Okay.
That would allow us $48 million.
So we got $48 million just on the Measure P side, right? That's what I'm looking at.
Correct.
All right, move on. I got you.
And then I'll show you how we can use it. Next slide, please. So right now, the city is going through 1801, phase one, which is 7 streets, Tejada, Murr, Bradfield, Elva, Grandie, Caldwell, and Alondra. That cost is approximately $5.8 million. I'm sorry. I need to slow down.
No, not slow down. I'm still, the print is very small. That's all, but it's okay.
And also, city manager, the resolution on the monitor is just not strong for Zoom. I understand this is being broadcast from the council chambers. It might be helpful to just have someone share their screen in the future. I'm just thinking about residents at home. I have my presentation here.
Because I'm pretty sure if I can't see it on here, they can't see it either.
Desde el recinto del concilio y es muy difícil.
Want to make sure they understand what's going on. I'm just saying.
Puede entender lo que estamos viendo. Está bien. Se va a tener que hacer una pantalla más grande.
Okay, we'll have to, I'll continue, but we'll be going over this multiple times.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
So, phase one is currently budgeted at $5.8 million. If council remembers, we approved a resolution a few weeks back that allows us to reimburse the city for payments made now. So we can actually be able to get the money back or use the bond funds for 1801, which would free up 5.8 million to use either for another designed project or more grind and overlay project, or a combination of both. Ms. Sharif, for you.
No, I'm listening. I'm taking notes.
And then this question, city manager, on the grinding overlay. So were you able to just confirm that the bond funds can be used for grinding overlay, or is it something that only reconstruction can do?
Yes, bond funds can be used, and we can use current budgeted Measure P funds that will come back to us that we were using to pay for phase one.
Oh,
now,
that's exciting.
Wait a minute. So you telling us the phase one of 8?
You didn't catch it.
Right, it wasn't a big enough boom.
No, I'm gonna take. Are you telling me we're gonna get the money back that we paid out for 1801?
Right. So we're paying for 1801 now.
Right.
We approved a resolution to have the bond funds reimburse us for those expenditures.
Okay. All right.
We can use the money twice.
Okay. So we got it back and we used it. Now we got it back and we can turn around and use that same fund. Oh, okay. I like this. Okay, let's go.
Not have bond restrictions.
Okay.
So we can do grind and overlay. We can do. We can go out to design. We can do whatever we want.
Okay.
5.8. On phase two, that's approximately $21 million. And we know, and I'll improve on on the resolution, but
Y voy a mejorar lo que es la resolución.
the streets are 135th,
Las que son las 135,
Alameda
Alameda,
Street East, Alameda West, Alondra, Bradfield,
Bradfield,
Bullis Road,
Bullis
Compton
Road,
Avenue,
la avenida
Compton
Compton,
Boulevard.
Boulevard Compton.
Um, Now let me stop for a minute on Compton Boulevard. The city also has
Greenleaf,
development
se
projects
tienen
on Compton
proyectos de
Boulevard.
urbanización.
So um, some of this funding will be
Pero algunos de esos fondos
assisted with development for
se les va a
those
asistir con lo que
projects.
sería el desarrollo de esos.
So right now we've budgeted
Entonces, por el momento
4.5.
tenemos
We may need
4.8.
more than that to do
De hecho, más de hecho, hacer
from city limit to city limit, but we have
de límite a límite de la
developments
ciudad, pero
along
tenemos
Compton
estos
Boulevard that's going to
desarrollos a lo largo del Boulevard Compton para hacer esto.
We have Greenleaf Boulevard,
El Boulevard
Horace
Greenleaf,
Street, Palmer Street, Parmalee Avenue,
Parmalee,
Rosecrans, Santa Fe Avenue, Slater, Tucker, Greenleaf
Tucker,
Boulevard.
el Boulevard Greenleaf.
The first time I referenced Greenleaf, that was city limit east to Alameda.
Este hasta la Alameda.
The second time I referenced Greenleaf, it's Central Avenue to White Marsh Avenue, and then Walnut.
Wild Marsh.
I've been waiting to get in our industrial area.
Escuchar de esa área.
Did you lose me, Sharif? I lost my.
Let's see how we've lost it.
We may have had an internet challenge. Hey, hold on one second.
Permítanos un momento.
She's back.
Ya está de regreso.
Let me call and see if he's getting some error or something. Councilperson Sharif is switching equipment and logging back on.
Okay.
Okay, I think we're back.
Oh, wonderful. Welcome back, Councilwoman Sharif.
And then we've put in additional 2 million in grind and overlay projects.
2 millones adicionales
at the
en proyectos de Grind and Overlay.
Next slide.
La siguiente.
Lease revenue bonds are
Los fondos
facility
de
work.
de lo que son los ingresos por
One
arrendamiento.
important thing to note is
Una
that
cuestión importante que hay que saber es que
the list is not
la
set in
lista
stone. It can
no
be
está
altered or
se
revised.
puede alterar, se puede
We
revisar,
could have projects
se pueden
that
tener proyectos
may be shovel ready
que
and
estén listos para iniciarse,
take the place of something else.
sepan
But we have
tomar
made a
el lugar
list
de
of City Hall
proceso, una lista
improvements.
de las mejoras en el ayuntamiento municipal.
I think of the City Hall bathrooms, lobby area,
Lo que son las áreas de los baños,
the out water feature in the back
el,
has been dilapidated for several years. Our balcony is underutilized. There's more than enough candidates for City Hall improvements. We have every fire station listed. I believe we all know they stand improvements and upgrades, particularly our ELC center. We would all like state-of-the-art ELC. We have Old Dollar Hyde, 750,000, New Dollar Hyde, 750,000. Sheriff Station, we have listed a $2 million potential upgrades for the Sheriff Station. We have our code enforcement building at 404 North Alameda. We've had discussions regarding a fire academy at Career Link. Public Works Maintenance Yard. This is one that really stands out to me. That maintenance yard has been. I'm sorry, you guys. We lost our. Let me see what I can do.
Permítame un segundo. Déjame ver qué podemos hacer. Thank you for everything again.
Oh, okay, I will, the quorum is back and I'll speed up
Tenemos de nuevo
given the
el
lateness of the
registro
hour.
y dada la tardanza, voy a
Um,
dar velocidad a este asunto.
I was saying that
Estaba diciendo que
Public Works Maintenance Yard and the
el patio de mantenimiento de obras
Water
públicas
Department
del departamento de
field worker building is in significant need
el edificio tiene
of
una
repair
necesidad
and upgrades.
considerable de
I
mejorías.
would definitely be looking forward to
Ponerlo al día estaría
that project.
realmente.
We've listed the parks: Burrell McDonald, Gonzalez Park, Jackie Robinson Stadium, Looters Park, Wilson Park, Kelly Park.
Porque Kelly
With Gonzalez Park, I believe there's an opportunity to have the bond funds reimburse us for the 500,000 contribution for the Jackie Robinson Stadium.
al estadio Jackie Robinson.
As well as in general with all the parks, I think improvements to outdoor activities, given our current COVID environment, is very important. So we'd be looking forward to a lot of projects that would
Todos esos proyectos
enhance our outdoor activities like trails. We got one suggestion for a zip line
se había sugerido tener un
addition to our playgrounds. We have another interesting project that we've already gotten architectural input on is the Alameda open space project.
Oh, City Manager, I'm sorry, we have no quorum. So we're waiting for Councilman Sharif to rejoin us.
I think it may be an internet issue.
Okay, well, hopefully, maybe she can join us via audio on her cell phone.
Llamarnos por audio, por teléfono.
I'm a
I'm in.
Ya está.
Yes, I am. Hello?
Ok.
Hi, Councilwoman Sharif.
Hello?
Can you
Yes,
hear?
I'm in.
Okay,
Yes,
wonderful.
I can.
Okay, wonderful. We'll
¿Se
resume.
escucha? Sí, sí, le escuchamos. Bueno, vamos a...
Okay, so one, I want to let council and the residents know that we'll be
Y a los
repeating
residentes saber que
this project multiple times. I know
vamos a tener
the
este
mayor, you
proyecto
indicated you
en
wanted
varias ocasiones. Alcalde,
to
usted
have a town
dijo
hall, and I
que
know
hagamos
Councilperson
una
McCoy,
junta.
we had talked about
Ya
setting
habíamos
up
hablado
a town hall to go over this. So we'll go over this in much more detail.
esta junta
Um,
para poder hablar de eso en mayor detalle.
just a couple more, just quick points.
Hay un par de puntos más que quería mencionar rápidamente.
City Council spent a lot of time on the MLK Monument project and the welcome signs. That project was never funded, never budgeted. The way to complete that, I know we did a lot of work on how we want to response. Right now, our welcome signs are dilapidated, and in some areas, we've actually taken them down. So I'd be really looking forward to that. Alameda, the open space from Myrrh to maybe Greenleaf, I believe. One, we just got a handle on cutting the weeds and keeping that area manicured, but there's a project to actually put in a sprinkler system, walking trail, dog park, different activities to increase our, again, increasing our outdoor activity.
Nuestras actividades al aire libre.
Next slide, please.
La siguiente diapositiva, por favor.
This is up for council discussion, but the bond committee or the bond team is working towards submitting documents October 6th to be able to go to ICFA for their approval October 14th.
El 14 de octubre.
And then legal takes over with a validation process that concludes on December, and funds being released in 1st of January. So we can discuss if that suits council. And then one additional point I have, next slide, for the resident standpoint, when you take out bonds, there is a 24-month obligation or commitment that the city has to utilize the funds. So if residents are concerned that we'll get these funds, but they won't see the benefit anytime soon, we are under an obligation with the IRS for to utilize the bonds in 24 months, and with requests, it can be extended to 3 years or 36 months, but those are quick. It's a quick turnaround for the projects we are doing. That's going to be a significant amount of work. I know the hour is late. If you have any questions.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
I did have a question because I'm looking at here where he's talking about that we have to have that 24 months and the obligation that we have in order to use the bonds. And I just want to make one statement is that I know in the past the city have had a lot of issues when it comes to sometimes actually using bonds within the period, within the time frame. I just would like to make sure that, you know, if this is the route we're going to go, I would like to just make sure that we actually stay on top of that, Mr. City Manager, make sure that this is actually done in within that period of time, because there have been times when we have been here and had not had funding and didn't use it and ended up losing it because we did not utilize those funds and did not spend the bonds, that revenue. And so I'm just hoping that this is something that we really stay on top of and try to make sure that we move through this process as quickly as possible and efficiency as possible to make sure that we are going to utilize those funds within that time frame. And that's what my concern is.
Yes, I would love to be able to make sure we utilize these funds in the next 2 to 3 years as our commitment to the IRS would state. But yes, and that's why I'm bringing it up front in the proposal stage, so council and the residents all have that expectation that we'd have to put this money to use right away.
I think there's one factor that's important to note and underscore is that the council approved the preparation of extensive construction plans for our streets. So with 1801 and the next phase of the street repairs, those streets have already been under design. So the longest period in the whole street life cycle is really the design phase. So I understand that Wilmington and Compton Boulevard, they're also under design as we speak, and they're scheduled as presented by city management to the council and the community to be completed in November of this year. So we will have full architecture and engineering plans ready in order to pull down this money and to implement this very aggressive plan and deliver for the residents. And the other kind of factor to also think about is that obviously if we heavily front load projects with the construction, with the reconstruction, there would be a trade-off between if we did heavily grind and overlay programs. And so I would like to know just from city management, the schedule of when the next street assessment will be completed. I know the council, we approved the refresh of our pavement management study, but do we estimate, or is there an estimate of when they plan on completing that?
No, I can bring that to the next council meeting.
Okay, that would be helpful. Just a balance, because I think the council and community can make some decisions on which streets will require the grinding over, excuse me, will require the reconstruction, and then which grouping of streets should be for grinding overlay. Obviously, the reconstruction has a 20-year shelf life, and then the grinding overlay is between 10 and 15 years. But it's a solid brand new street that would last. But it is different in terms of changing the entire grading and thinking about flooding and different things. And certain streets don't have the same challenge of flooding and other degradation challenges. But I look forward to just having a workshop to really go through the pavement management study refresh, so we can all make some decisions and then think about what percentage of the bonds will be used for grinding overlay, so that obviously we can do more streets for the community and quickly as well. We've seen grinding overlay streets happen in one day, so I know we wouldn't have a problem using this money.
Mayor Brown, thank you, because I would love for us to go through that pavement management plan, so we can take a look at to see where we are when it comes to the different streets. Because I think I spoke with you about this before, is that a lot of the streets, sometimes I want to just make sure that we were not overlooking certain people when we were doing these streets, because although I may know some streets and you may know some because we drive them all the time, there still may be some people that's still being left out. And so that I've spoken with the city manager as well about sitting with him and taking a look at the different, how the different grades and everything, so we can make sure that we were being fair, making sure we covered all the streets, especially the ones that was really bad. So I would love to have that workshop so we can really take a look at that, so we have a better understanding as to what we're looking at and how we should move forward with that. So I really appreciate that workshop.
We look forward to it, for sure. So we can get everything on the table and make sure that with all the eyes and hands on the table, we can ensure that nothing is left behind. And I know that,
thank you.
Absolutely. And then I know that there are different thresholds, but I'll defer some of those comments to the actual extensive workshop, and then we can talk more about the details and kind of overall strategy at that time.
So the last question I have for council is it acceptable that I come back October 6th with budget, bond document?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Sharif.
I was going to ask him, because I may have missed this because of the fact that I kept going in and out here, and I really apologize for that, because this iPad is really not working this evening. I don't know. For this, it's a late hour. I think it's going to sleep for me.
Tired.
So is that I'm tired of going to sleep. But I did want to, one of the concerns that I want to discuss more in detail about is that he may have covered it tonight, but it had to do more with the interest rates and everything that we were looking at on this. And so I didn't know if he covered it tonight, or that was something that we'd be covering on October the 6th. I didn't know. I just wondering, Mr. City Manager.
I believe we are contemplating 4 to 5%. As we know, we have the audit challenges, and the last few years history with our lack of audits has been a challenge. So we'll be on that end of the interest rate, but we're still dealing with. We can still have some comfort that we're dealing with 55%, 44%, 40% of the funds to allow us to make the debt payment and still utilize different amounts of the fund for ongoing needs as well. One of the big issues I wanted to solve for is I didn't want to take up more of the fun and tie the hands of various, of future administrations. Because, in 15 years and 20 years, we don't know the needs of the city. And we don't want their hands tied from something we did now. So it was really important to me that we had that flexibility and we didn't use all available funding. So I think this plan allows for, more money in play for this community than dreamed of right away, but still looks to the future and allows future administrations to be able to do different things. So, despite my despite the lateness, I'm really excited.
Me too.
I don't know any other words I can say, but.
And then also the plan provides room for maintenance with not absorbing 100% or even no more than 50% of our funds annually for debt service. We can still actually establish a capital improvement fund so that the city is never in this position again, because we should never be faced with having to restore an entire street system. That's just something that I hope the city of Compton never experiences again. So with this strategy, we could address all the streets that have a need and begin setting aside funding to maintain the improvements that we're investing with tax dollars. So I think it's a really smart plan. And I'm excited too.
Well, I've been looking for money for streets for the last past 5 years. So hopefully, like I said, hopefully this is something that we really will be able to move forward with. Interest when he come back on October the 6th, I think we will have a clear understanding as to where we're really going with this. So I'm looking forward to the meeting coming on October 6th.
Okay, will do.
Thank you. And then lastly, I read last week that the interest rates are scheduled or set to be at a 0% floor, just the standard baseline rate for the next 2 to 3 years. So we're really in a window of opportunity brought upon by the pandemic. It's the silver lining that the markets are where they are to actually allow us to borrow more for less in this window. So it's a great time to move forward.
Well, thank you for your presentation, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you. And I will see you on October 6th with further discussion and the item to move forward.
Thank you. And lastly, City Manager, if you could just email the council the dates that you have set aside for the workshops. That way we all can just promote to our networks for interaction with the residents. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, we're ready.
Madam Mayor, item number 10 under new business requires 4 votes, and it appears that we only have a quorum of 3.
Okay.
Oh boy.
I'm sorry. Item number 11, which is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Compton supporting the mayors for a guaranteed income network and the enactment of a Compton Guaranteed Basic Income Pilot Initiative program to aid Compton residents.
Madam Mayor, City Council, another exciting item. There's a network of mayors that have come together to discuss ways to help underprivileged communities by providing a direct income to residents that qualify. We've seen it in Stockton. We've seen residents get stipends of $500 a month. We've seen it in Mississippi. We've seen it in Chicago. We've seen it in Atlanta. And I think we're very fortunate that Mayor Brown has been part of these discussions, and that in fact there is a Compton guaranteed basic income pilot that will be coming to Compton. And this item is to support that initiative. It is not asking for any funding from the city. And there's one more point that I want to bring before I turn it over to the mayor to talk about. But I wanted to also express that these initiatives are discovering that with an additional $500, with a mortgage payment being paid or groceries being paid, the residents are doing just fantastic things. Being able to not have to get that additional job and be able to stay home, being able to get additional education, having groceries for a family. So it's a great thing. And I just, as I turn it over to the mayor to finish describing, I just want to say thank you for being a part of it. And I can't wait for it to be brought to Compton.
Thank you, City Manager. I think we need a motion on the item.
So move.
So move.
Now, Madam Clerk.
You were so robust. We just let you go.
Wait a minute. I think Madam Clerk's supposed to be doing something, you guys. It's getting late.
Right.
Yes,
I gotta read it, I think.
Late.
Yes, I will be brief. The city manager gave a wonderful description of the initiative, but I just want to acknowledge the leadership of my good friend and little brother, Mayor Michael Tubbs in Stockton. He was approached by a research team a couple of years ago wanting to combat the notion that people that live in poverty are lazy, or that they, if given the opportunity, that they wouldn't use funding for things that are of basic necessity. And so they ran a pilot in Stockton and several other cities across the nation to be able to make the case that guaranteed income is not about a handout, but it's about having a basic income floor that all Americans living in the most wealthy nation in the world should be able to experience. And it's about dignity, it's about justice, it's about really having a care for the community as a whole. And our pilot is really customized to focus on how this funding will reduce or really start addressing trauma and PTSD in our community. And it's something that really isn't talked about wide enough. And I believe it's a whole national health pandemic that people of color have endured for years as a result of systemic oppression. and lack of opportunities. And so we're going to measure how this funding will change how people feel, how they make different decisions, whether or not this income floor will give them room to spend more time with their children or think about long-term options or go back to school or start a business or just do something to improve their quality of life. And we're also going to be focusing on residents that are just right above the poverty line, or not necessarily, excuse me, they're in poverty, but they're above the threshold of being able to qualify for public assistance. And lastly, many of residents expressed their just disdain for not being able to qualify for a pilot that we did for COVID-19 through Give Direct, which gave residents $1,000 directly that were receiving or eligible for SNAP or other government programs. And so this is really to ensure that those that are working poor can also be able to access this funding. And so as additional information is made available, we'll also give periodic updates to the city council and community on how this pilot is doing. But the pilot is scheduled to actually be rolled out officially October 15th. And our timeline is for the first funding to be actually in the hands of residents as early as November of this year. So we will continue to keep the council and community updated on this initiative as we are still finalizing some of the components now. And we've also looped in various community-based organizations and community advocates to also help provide feedback and input on the pilot and how it's going to be run for Compton. So thank you all for your consideration and supporting this item. Any discussion?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to be able to post any guidelines or when you get closer to applications or something. I know we'll have questions for residents that want to participate.
Absolutely. And just the way that the selection process will be, it will be completely a lottery system and conducted by a third party researcher so that there isn't any indication that I'm personally picking people for the funding. This will be completely third party and they have their own integrity of their research institution to uphold. So it will be fair and transparent and equitable. So we definitely will keep everyone in the loop on those opportunities once they're available. Roll call.
Councilperson McCoy. McCoy.
Sorry, yes.
Sharif.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Item number 12 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Compton authorizing the reward for information leading to the identification, apprehension, and conviction of any person or persons responsible for the injury of two sheriff deputies on September the 12th, 2020, in the amount of $10,000.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Mayor, City Council, we are proposing that Compton follow the several other cities and add to the reward for the incident that occurred on September 12th. We have identified $10,000. And it's consistent with our municipal codes, section 718, for you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, for bringing forward this item. Obviously, we were all devastated by the tragedy of this act of violence in our community. And I believe that it is definitely within our realm of action and responsibility to offer this reward for the apprehension of the perpetrator of this crime. Thank you for preparing this document for us to consider tonight. Any discussion or additional discussion?
There's a couple of
No.
things I failed to mention last week. One, our IT department and members from my staff at the night of the shooting went to the crime scene to assist the sheriff's department in retrieving video footage from 10 p.m. to 1 a.m. in the morning. And I definitely want to thank our employees for lending a hand, doing what we can to have to get justice in this matter. We have also sent flowers to the deputies' families. I know Councilperson McCoy spoke to me about that, and we got that out as soon as possible. So our sympathies go out to anytime we have that type of tragedy in our city, and I can only hope that this case is solved and closed as soon as possible.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
thank you, Councilwoman McCoy, as well.
Madam Mayor.
The recommendation. Yes. Councilwoman Sharif?
Yes, thank you. I really wanted to, when I found out that the staff had been out there from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock in the morning working, trying to help and assist. I really just want to thank the city manager and staff for actually assisting and trying to make sure that they could get whatever information they could to the sheriff, so they would possibly be able to help and find the person that really had actually committed this incident here in our community. So I really just want to say thanks to them, and we're I think we are, by us joining forces here and showing our goodwill toward the deputies that was wounded, injured. I think it's really good for coming from the city of Compton. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Sharif. I agree. Roll call.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Sharif,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
We got council comments.
Madam Mayor, before I was just informed that Captain Clark was on the line.
Oh, great.
He wanted to weigh in or have an update for us.
Oh, absolutely. We
Okay.
Thank you for being with us, Captain Clark.
We may have to send a request to unmute.
Tal vez tengamos que mandarle la solicitud de que deje de estar mute.
I don't see her in the queue.
Oh. Looks like it's happening.
Es lo que está ocurriendo. música. A ver, estamos transmitiendo en la Junta del Concilio Municipal de la Ciudad de Compton desde este
We're still
recinto.
waiting for Captain
Estamos
Clark
esperando a
to
que la
be able to
capitana Clark
unmute her line.
pueda.
I think we need to move on.
Bueno,
Okay.
deberíamos de seguir adelante entonces. Bueno,
Okay.
muy bien.
We're at roll call, or did we do roll call on the
¿Se pasó
item?
lista?
Yes,
En el
we're
artículo
Okay.
council comments.
Estamos en los
Oh,
comentarios
thank
del
you,
concilio.
Madam City Clerk. And if Captain Clark is able to
Si la capitana Clark puede
rejoin us or speak during council comments, she's welcome to do that.
con todo gusto lo
I will go to Councilwoman McCoy. Thank you.
concejal McCoy. Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Just want to say
Me gustaría mencionar que
thank you to all who came out on Saturday and participated in the food giveaway. The mayor of Southgate, Latino Chamber, and all that made it happen. We gave out all of the food that we had. We serviced approximately 500 people, and I tell you, when sometimes you think that there isn't a need, and then when you do something like this, you come to realize that there is still a great need out there. So all that we can do to assist our residents is definitely a blessing. The program that you just brought forward would definitely be a blessing to some families, Mayor Brown. So thank you for that. And I look forward to doing, more things to help our community. And just want to remind everybody, we're at the wire. Make Compton count. Fill out your census. Compton, we have to count. Please, please, please take a few minutes and make Compton count. And other than that, if you can't go online, then ask a neighbor to help you. Call the city, we'll help you. You're not reported, so it's nothing like that. We just want to make sure Compton counts. And other than that, I want to adjourn in memory of Charlotte Spotsville, who is the daughter of Anthony Spotsville and the niece of Deborah Spotsville. She passed away. And a 1975 classmate, Julius Belson, he passed away. And those are my comments for today. God bless everybody and see you in October.
Thank you, Councilwoman McCoy. If you could just repeat Julius Belson for the last closing memory.
Yes, Julius Belson, Belson.
Thank you. I had a little connectivity lag. Thank you so
much.
Yeah,
you went out for a minute.
Yeah. Councilwoman Sharif.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. I'm going to be quick, and I'm going to try to get this done as quickly as possible. This Thursday from 3 to 6 p.m., I am hosting a Stop By and Take the Census event at Target Giveaway Town Center parking lot at 1261 South Alameda Street. If you have not completed your 2020 census, please come by and get assistance with filling it out. It only takes 5 minutes, and after you will receive a goodie bag and a free giveaway. We really need you out there. Those of you that need assistance, please come out. We're going to make sure that someone is there to help you. So just come by. We'll be right there in Target from 3 to 6 p.m. Also, I'm having a Hub City cleanup this Saturday from 8 to 12. I will be hosting a city cleanup in collaboration with the Distinguished Men, Target Corporation, HBCU Hub, United Children's Foundation for Progress, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity, and lastly, Unity Church. If you would like to participate, you can find more information on our city website. And there are employment opportunities. The company Bridget and Horan are now hiring for general clerical services and warehouse technical support. You can find out more information by going to info@bridgethoran.com or contacting them at 877-238-5019. Or you can call call City Hall and speak to my city clerk. Speak to my assistant, I'm sorry. And I am also partnering with SOLA, CLA, Watts Health Center, and Oprah Winfrey Charitable Foundation to meet the needs of housing, food, and food, employment, insecurities. SOLA is offering 200 scholarships for retraining and certification to Compton residents who have been laid off furloughed or lost 50% of their work hours due to COVID-19. If you're interested in learning more, please go to thesolarresource.com or contact Tanya Diggs at Tana at goingpublicpr.com, or you can give my office a call, and we can make sure we can get that information out to you. But we're really looking forward to working with them because we have a lot of people in this community that have lost their jobs, so we're really trying to figure out a way to help get them back into the job market. My constituent concern is that on September the 9th, I report a concern I have received from businesses at 322 Compton Boulevard. I really want to thank you, thank the city manager and staff. I understand today that that's been cleaned up, so I really want to say thank you guys for getting out there closing and taking care of that for me. On Wednesday of last week, Damian Timmons, street superintendent, reached out to my office to update my office on two streets. There was Pearl Avenue and Muriel Street that were repaved. I really want to thank the staff. I want to thank the construction contractors, and I want to thank the city manager. And on behalf of the residents of District 4, we are excited that this work is down and look forward to more streets being completed. And I just got an email from the residents of Merle. They said they're very excited about that street being completed. So again, Mr. City Manager, thank you for you and your staff. And closing remarks, I would like to close in memory of T1 Porter, the nephew of Don Franks and resident here in the city, and she's also Sarah Franks is also my liaison. And I would like to ask that you please keep her family in prayer during this time. I also want to join in memory of Keith Johnson, who passed away, I think, today. He is the cousin of Mr. Craig Henry. So let's lift his family in prayer as well during this time. So that also is the closing. One other thing is that I received a letter from the school district, and Mayor Brown, if you don't mind, if I could maybe reach out to you tomorrow and talk to you in regards to this. And they sent it over to me from the superintendent. I think you got a copy, and all of us got a copy of it. But I would just like to talk to you about that tomorrow. I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Of course,
Okay?
I look forward to that. And also, just regarding that particular request, I know that city management has been in communication with the school district about their request for a fee waiver. So we can all just get on one page about what's actually happening there, and ensure that we're, following city protocol, as I know the school district will definitely follow theirs. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On that note, I would like to say good night, and we'll all see you. We'll see you on October 6th. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Sharif. I will also be brief. I will just share our latest COVID-19 stats, give a quick recap on past or upcoming current events, and then just a few news updates, and then I will conclude my comments. As of today, there have been 261,446 confirmed COVID-19 cases in Los Angeles County and 6,366 deaths. In Compton, our positive COVID-19 case rate is now at 3,975 confirmed cases and 69 deaths. As a whole, as a nation, we have surpassed the 200,000 marker of fatality rate in the U.S. relating to COVID-19. And so I just, again, implore our residents to please continue to wear your mask and to ensure that we are following social distancing protocols. I know that we've been in shutdown and during this pandemic for quite some time, but the virus is still very serious and does pose a death threats for those that are high risk. And so let's continue to do our part and keep Compton safe. And lastly, please utilize the free testing facility at Gonzalez Park. It is operable Sunday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. They do not require an appointment at this time. And the entire testing process from start to finish is literally 5 minutes. They are not asking for any insurance information, so anyone is able to utilize this free resource, which is very necessary to ensure that we are staying safe and ensuring that we're accessing this resource. And then lastly, the results are actually available within 24 to 48 hours, which is a great turnaround time in comparison to other testing options that are currently available. So let's please use this resource. We fought to bring it here. Let's make sure that we can keep it for you all, especially as we're all bracing for the second wave of COVID-19. We are health experts from the CDC on down are expecting a large uptick in coronavirus cases as we move into the winter months. And so it's just critical that we do all we can at this time. Moving forward, on this past Saturday, September 19th, Fred Martin of the Compton Kids Club partnered with Be Woke Vote and the Youth Vote to host a drive-through voter registration event. I want to just thank Fred Martin and his team and also Be Woke Vote for bringing this initiative to the city of Compton. This is actually their first stop and kickoff of a 30-city tour across the nation to increase voter participation for youth. And we had a wonderful turnout, and it was wonderful to see so many young people active and engaged about voting in our city. Also, this past Sunday, the Connecting Compton organization hosted the Dia del Ranchero, which was an event in honor of Hispanic Heritage Month, and over 100 horses came either from the city of Compton or joined us for a wonderful peace ride throughout the city on this past Sunday. The kids had a wonderful time, and it was a great time for family and community. So a big thank you to Connecting Compton for the work they're doing. Also, September 20th through the 26th is Deaf Awareness Week. I would like to take this time to recognize Michael Ajian, who is the team leader at Compton ASL, for their work in bringing awareness to Compton's deaf community. Please follow their Instagram. It's at Compton ASL Club to get more information on their organization. You can also learn lessons. You can learn how to sign Compton or your name, and they provide weekly lessons. And it's all about making sure that we are culturally competent for one another. So please check them out and support. Also, I'd like to just put on our radar that I'd like us to consider what our activities or festivities will be for the holidays. I know that the county has issued their restrictions for assembling large gatherings, even outdoors. And so I know that the Compton Christmas Parade may not be feasible this year. And so I'd like to just have a conversation as a council as to what our options will be. City manager, if you can agendize something for us to look at. And then also I'd like to just pitch where we're currently working through some options for a drive-in experience for the holidays. So as we work through those opportunities, we'll definitely bring those forward as well as an option for festivities for the young people this holiday season. Also, lastly, everyone reminded us that we need to ensure that Compton counts. We are at actually 63.2% of households have completed the census. We are up against the deadline, so please just make sure you take 5 minutes to ensure our community can secure our critical federal funding and resources from the state and federal government. And lastly, I just want to congratulate this council for moving forward to appoint our law enforcement review board and body. I know that they will do incredible work to push public safety to a new level in the city of Compton. And I'd like to just take this time to thank our city attorney, Damon Brown, for doing the legwork to formalize this board and bring it forward for council consideration and review. And I know that he is committed to helping to facilitate this law enforcement review board moving forward. And this is the beginning of where the work begins. So I am looking forward to being a part of what the residents are able to work on collaboratively together. And lastly, I know and I'll just be brief on this. I know that the council did have an item for consideration to just discuss city management and just the future direction of the city. And I just want to assure residents that I am very hopeful for our city's leadership to actually work collaboratively for the advancement of our community. I know that our city manager has worked tirelessly for this city to move us forward, and we are constantly looking for ways to improve and expand the way that we operate as a body, and ultimately our ability to in turn service you all. And so we have committed ever more to work collaboratively to do the work necessary to advance our city, and to just put the business of the residents first, and to be paramount to our decision making. And so I'm just really thankful to this leadership body for the discussions that we had and the commitments that we have moving forward to, again, move Compton forward. And lastly, City Manager Craig Cornwell, thank you for your service. I am very excited about the packages we have moving forward, from our financing of our infrastructure to finally provide the services that our residents pay for and that they deserve, and to take Compton out of this repeated cycle of trying to catch up from behind. This will actually enable us to restore our street system, improve our parks, provide additional lighting, ensure that our public facilities are at the level that they should be in, and to actually invest in technology upgrades to really move our city forward, and to prepare us to thrive in this next phase of our existence as a nation and obviously as a community. So thank you, the City of Compton residents, for allowing all of us to serve. And we look forward to just continuing to lift our leadership and in turn lift our city. And we will close in memory of Miss Charlotte Spotsville, Julius Belson, Kiwan Porter, and Keith Johnson. And of course, we will keep the deputies that were impacted by the shooting that occurred in our city in our prayers. May we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call.
Councilperson McCoy,
Yes.
Sharif,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes. Thank you all. Good night.
Thank you. Good night.